Rebonjour à tous, j'imagine que tout le monde est arrivé. Donc bienvenue à cet après-midi de soutenance des étudiants de 2e et de 3e année de licence informatique parcours jeux vidéo. Donc pour débuter la journée, on va rappeler les consignes qu'avaient les étudiants de 2e année, puisqu'on va commencer par les deux groupes restants de 2e année qui ne sont pas passés hier, pour donc les consignes de leur jeu annuel. Alors, donc, les consignes des projets cette année pour les étudiants de 2e année étaient de concevoir un jeu mobile sur Unity avec au moins une capacité spécifique au mobile. Donc, par exemple, la communication entre joueurs, l'utilisation des données d'une autre application comme les données de la météo ou les compteurs de pas, la géolocalisation ou l'accéléromètre. Donc, nous allons commencer par écouter le premier groupe de la journée qui va nous présenter son jeu appelé Botanicat. Je lance la présentation. C'est à vous, on vous écoute. Je vais peut-être le mettre en grand. Pardon.
Bonjour et donc bienvenue dans cette présentation de notre jeu Botanicat, qui a été fait, qui sera présenté au lot de cette présentation par Corentin, Paul, Viviane et moi. On va donc revenir un peu vite fait sur le jeu, le contexte. Donc c'est notre jeu de 2e année et comme expliqué avant, les contraintes principales c'est donc jeu Unity jeu Unity mobile avec des fonctionnalités liées au mobile. En termes de jeu, on est sur un jeu très stratégique, coopératif, avec 2 joueurs. Chaque joueur, c'est un jeu à 2 joueurs à gameplay asynchrone. Donc une partie, selon la partie, ça peut durer entre 10 et 40 minutes. C'est un jeu très style jeu de société. Donc pour les inspirations principales, on a The Crew, un jeu avec très peu de communication entre les joueurs. Pour tout ce qui est aspect un peu style de jeu et notamment le principe de planter un chat, ça vient de Tritopia. Et donc pour les menus et l'ambiance autre du jeu, on s'est inspiré d'Hearthstone. On est bien conscient également que c'est un jeu qui n'est pas fait pour les casual gamers, pour les gens qui jouent occasionnellement sur téléphone, mais pour des gens qui recherchent un jeu de société.
Comment joue-t-on à Botanicat ? L'objectif, c'est d'obtenir le maximum de points. Il n'y a pas de défaite. Lorsqu'on plante un florichat dans la serre, on gagne des points. Les florichats, c'est des adorables créatures mi-fleurs, mi-chat qui ont besoin d'un environnement parfait pour s'épanouir. Alors, le jardinier possède des cartes florichats et connaît leurs conditions météorologiques pour être planté. La fée, elle, possède des cartes météo qui lui permettent de modifier la météo pour qu'elle corresponde aux conditions des florichats. La difficulté, c'est que les joueurs ne peuvent pas voir les cartes de l'autre joueur. Alors, un tour se divise en 4 phases. Premièrement, le jardinier regarde ses cartes et choisit un indice à envoyer à la fée pour l'aider à changer la météo. La fée change la météo, mais peut également utiliser ses pouvoirs. Elle en possède 4. 2 l'aident à utiliser ses cartes, 2 autres l'aident à obtenir plus d'indices. Un sort utilisé met plusieurs tours à se recharger. Ensuite, le jardinier peut planter des florichats si c'est possible, sinon il peut les défausser à la place. Et enfin, la fée trie ses cartes en défaussant celles dont elle ne veut plus avoir. Une partie se termine une fois que tous les pots à florichats sont remplis ou si le nombre de tours maximum est atteint et le nombre de tours correspond au nombre de jours dans le mois. Alors, c'est vraiment un jeu de société en fait. L'avantage, c'est qu'on a pu faire un prototype physique pour pouvoir le playtester avant même d'avoir fait la moindre ligne de code. Notre objectif, c'était de définir le game design du jeu très tôt pour pouvoir se concentrer sur le reste de la production. L'inconvénient de faire un jeu de société dans un contexte de jeu vidéo, c'est que les joueurs n'ont pas forcément envie de lire 15 pages de règles et c'est tout à fait compréhensible. Malheureusement, nous n'avons pas eu le temps de faire tout un tutoriel pour le jeu. À la place, nous avons intégré le livret des règles directement dans le jeu. Mais en plus, nous avons ajouté des bulles d'information à côté des éléments importants du jeu, comme la météo ou les cartes. Et au début de chaque phase, une banderole apparaît pour résumer le déroulement de la phase. Maintenant qu'on a établi les règles, comment est-ce qu'on fait le portage sur téléphone? Dans le jeu, la caméra est principalement fixe, hormis quelques animations. Les personnages, comme on a pu le voir, ont donc deux rôles et gameplay très différents. Le rôle du jardinier, c'est de choisir les bons indices à envoyer à la fée et de planter les florichas de façon méthodique afin d'avoir les meilleurs combos et donc d'obtenir le plus de points. Quant à la fée, son rôle, c'est d'interpréter les indices du jardinier et de choisir les bonnes cartes à utiliser en prenant en compte l'aléatoire des cartes et l'influence qu'ont les météos entre elles. Pour le contrôleur, la seule action qui a besoin d'utiliser le joueur, c'est le tap, mais il peut également secouer son téléphone pour lancer le dé. Dans ce jeu, nous avons beaucoup de choses à afficher à l'écran constamment, que ce soit les cartes, la météo ou encore les points. Le problème, c'est comme c'est un jeu mobile, nous n'avons pas pu détailler ces informations en survolant les éléments de l'interface avec le curseur, puisqu'il n'y a pas de curseur. Donc à la place, nous avons opté pour un système de pop-up. On peut appuyer sur la majorité de l'interface pour obtenir plus d'informations. Et pour éviter le surplus d'informations, on a fait en sorte qu'une seule pop-up peut être ouverte à la fois. Si on en ouvre une deuxième, la première se ferme. Le résultat, c'est fluide et efficace.
Donc autre chose de très intéressant sur le jeu, c'est comment fonctionnent les cartes et comment sont intégrées les cartes dans le jeu. On a donc fait avec un tableau Excel. Toutes les cartes sont répertoriées dans un tableau Excel avec leur nom, donc leur nom, leur identifiant, la météo qui gère, le signe, le dé qu'ils vont utiliser. Toutes ces informations-là sont représentées dans un tableur. Ensuite, ce tableur, on va l'utiliser, on va l'exporter en CSV et on va utiliser un convertisseur pour prendre ce tableur et faire donc tous les scriptable objects de cartes qui deviendront donc nos cartes. Toutes ces cartes seront ensuite ajoutées dans un gros scriptable object de deck et ensuite ce deck sera utilisé pour distribuer les cartes aux joueurs.
Oui, alors du coup maintenant on sait ce qu'on va faire comme jeu et on a une idée du gameplay. Il faut maintenant s'attaquer aux assets. Du coup moi je vais d'abord parler de la 3D et forcément, contraint du jeu mobile, on n'a pas pu faire tout ce qu'on voulait, on a eu des limitations. Tout d'abord, au niveau, c'est pas très puissant, oui, c'est un mobile, surtout sur ceux sur lesquels on testait, et comme on n'avait pas forcément des idées sur quel téléphone on allait montrer le jeu, on a dû faire avec. Du coup, on a dû faire des sacrifices. Ah ouais, voilà. On a dû faire des sacrifices, notamment sur la 3D, les polygones, mais sur de la lumière, des animations aussi. Et s'il vous plaît, faites qu'on fasse un jeu sur ordi l'année prochaine, c'est quand même vachement plus marrant. Mais c'est bien les contraintes aussi. Du coup, les plus gros problèmes. Tout d'abord, on a un cycle jour-nuit dans notre jeu. Du coup, beaucoup de lumière dynamique, beaucoup sur tous les props, surtout que les props sont générés un peu aléatoirement à chaque fois qu'on lance une partie. Du coup, on ne peut pas forcément pré-béquer, quoi. L'autre souci, c'est la lumière. On a eu plein de soucis avec cette lumière en temps réel. Ça avait été un calvaire. Et le dernier problème rencontré, c'était surtout la lumière. Ça nous a détruit nos FPS. C'était pas rigolo. Pour un petit exemple, hop. Vas-y. Ça, c'était un gameplay du jeu il y a quelques mois. C'était fun, mais il fallait être patient. Voilà. Du coup, voilà, pas grand-chose à dire d'autre. Du coup, comment on fait? Parce que non, on peut pas jouer comme ça. Déjà, grosse remise en question. Pourquoi c'est moi qui ai voulu faire la 3D et la lumière? Pourquoi on fait ça? Enfin, c'était bien en 2D aussi. Mais bon, du coup, petite remise, voilà. Après, bon, on se réveille et on prend en compte ce qu'on a. On peut pas béquer des lumières, car les transitions, on voit les transitions de chaque phase de la journée. Ce serait immonde de juste faire un fondu enchaîné. C'est beau, là, c'est 9h du mat, là, c'est 11h du mat. On le sent bien. C'est pas beau. Du coup, comment on pourrait faire ça? En fait, c'est là qu'on se dit, les transitions ne seraient pas belles, mais du coup, pourquoi montrer une transition? On montre plus ou moins ce qu'on veut aux joueurs. Enfin, si on veut lui montrer autre chose que les transitions de bake map, on peut très bien. Et la personne n'y a rien vu, c'est beau. Ensuite, ça c'était tout pour la 3D, on va parler du son. Pas grand chose à dire, c'est une caméra statique pendant tout le projet, à part quelques animations, mais du coup tous les sons sont en 2D. Le point intéressant, c'est le système d'ambiance qui est marrant parce que les météos changent tout le temps en fait, dépendent des joueurs. Du coup, on va faire d'abord un ambiance manager qui, lui, va gérer toutes les ambiances. Il va tout balancer. On aura du coup la pluie, le soleil, le vent et même les combos, la sécheresse, le tonnerre et l'arc-en-ciel. Et ce qu'il faut savoir aussi pour ceux qui n'ont pas testé, c'est que les combos, par exemple la sécheresse, c'est un mélange de vent et de soleil. Et on veut que si on a de la sécheresse dans notre jeu, eh bien ça override la pluie. Donc ça va baisser le volume de la pluie ou couper le son en fonction du niveau de la sécheresse. On peut voir là, du coup sur F-mode, c'est assez moche vu comme ça, mais j'ai quand même sélectionné la pluie, je suis sympa. On voit que si on a un combo sécheresse en bas, la pluie se prend moins 30 dB direct, et plus on a un niveau de sécheresse, plus la pluie descend vers moins l'infini. Même si on a une pluie à 15 et une sécheresse qui tourne autour de 2-3, ça reste quelque chose de plus important au niveau gameplay. Enfin, il faut faire des transitions pour ces ambiances, il faut que les assets y passent. Du coup, pour chaque météo qui ont des valeurs de 1 à 15, on les a fait en float. Bon, c'est de 0 à 4 pour les combos parce que c'est comme ça dans le gameplay. On a fait plusieurs assets, plusieurs boucles. Et dans Fmod, en fonction de cette valeur en float, on va faire des transitions. Et les transitions, on doit faire des choses qui sonnent bien, pas forcément des choses logiques. Du coup, pour la pluie, on a des trucs assez étonnants comme ça, mais ça rendait bien. Enfin, personne ne s'est plaint pour l'instant que la pluie sonnait bizarrement. Et enfin, dernier point à en parler, c'est la musique. Tout d'abord, on avait eu un enregistrement fait par notre charmant collègue Loutre. Et c'est Viviane ici qu'on a enregistré au studio pour le côté lire. Et derrière, on a rajouté des instruments. Et tout est fait maison avec nos petites mains. Et voilà.
On parlait d'un jeu mobile et donc de certaines contraintes des jeux mobiles. On n'a pas parlé de la contrainte qu'on a utilisée du jeu mobile, enfin du mobile en tant que tel, c'est la récupération de la météo. Dès que vous allez être à un certain endroit avec certaines météos, la météo va se répercuter dans le jeu. Pour faire ça, on a dû utiliser donc une API libre, une API utilisable en ligne. Ce qu'on a fait d'abord, c'est qu'on a récupéré la longitude et la latitude via Unity. Et ensuite, on a utilisé l'API OpenWeather, une API web, qui nous permet de récupérer une description de la météo actuelle à l'endroit du joueur. Ensuite, on convertit cette description en idée pour que le jeu puisse traduire cette description. Et donc avec nos météos prédéfinies dans le jeu pour chaque description de météo, on applique donc nos valeurs de soleil, de pluie et de vent. Donc un des seuls risques ou inconvénients, c'est si on n'a pas accès au GPS parce que le joueur est dans une zone où il n'y a pas de GPS disponible ou alors qu'il a refusé de partager sa localisation. Ce qu'on fait, c'est tout simplement mettre une valeur par défaut qui, dans notre cas, sont des valeurs aléatoires pour les 3 valeurs.
Mais c'est bien beau d'avoir une météo actuelle, mais vu qu'on est un jeu multijoueur, il faut savoir la transmettre à tous les clients. Pour faire une remise en contexte, un peu, un client pour l'architecture serveur-client et les personnes qui joignent un serveur. Le serveur, lui, c'est celui qui gère à peu près tout l'état de la partie et du coup qui va gérer la synchronisation entre les joueurs. Tandis que le host, c'est justement la personne qui est serveur et client à la fois pour le jeu. Pour revenir à la météo actuelle, on avait un problème, c'est que le host est plus rapide que les clients pour se connecter. Notre problème, c'est que on a une possible perte d'informations chez le client parce que l'host a chargé la scène plus rapidement que le client et on se retrouve avec un client qui ne peut pas recevoir les informations du host parce qu'il ne sait pas comment les traiter. Notre solution était de créer un changement de scène avec confirmation des clients. Pour le schéma qu'on a fait, on a l'host qui envoie à tous les clients « je veux changer de scène ». Les clients exécutent, ils vont sur une scène de transition et en même temps, derrière, ils chargent la scène qu'ils veulent charger. Et ensuite, chaque client notifie le host quand le chargement est fini, pour ensuite, le host notifie tous les clients pour dire que tous les chargements chez tous les clients sont finis. Et là, on pourra transmettre toutes les informations. On sait que tout le monde pourra les recevoir. Un autre problème de synchronisation qu'on a eu, c'était sur le lancer de dés. Notre première idée, c'était de transmettre le mouvement chez tous les joueurs. Sauf que vous avez vu, ce n'était pas le cas en jeu tout à l'heure. En fait, notre problème, c'était notre implémentation de base, c'était de transmettre la force appliquée au dé dès le départ. Sauf que ça, on a eu des problèmes, notamment sur la différence de comportement de la physique chez les joueurs. Normalement, Unity fonctionne pareil chez tout le monde, sauf si on perd des FPS. Et à ce moment-là, la physique ne va pas gérer la même chose en fonction des conditions et tout ça. Donc, notre solution était de remplacer le dé par une animation générique pour garder un jeu qui consomme pas beaucoup de réseau parce que c'est pas super. Et la solution envisagée, c'était aussi de transmettre la position du dé en temps réel, ce qu'on n'a pas fait justement parce que c'est trop coûteux. Pour notre jeu, on ne voulait pas quelque chose de coûteux.
Et donc, pour finir, on va revenir sur les principaux milestones du projet, donc revenir un peu dans le passé et vous présenter donc, ce qui s'est passé un peu dans le projet. Aux alentours donc, de décembre 2024, on avait donc déjà un prototype physique avec un GD qui tenait la route. Et on a pu donc faire du testing donc en temps réel, enfin dans la vraie vie, quoi, avec notre prototype physique, pour tester si donc le GD passait auprès des joueurs et si ça pouvait plaire à certaines personnes, notamment à notre public cible. Aux alentours donc, de février 2025, je parle que des périodes de présentiel, aux alentours de février 2025, on a un design final et on a une bonne boucle de gameplay. Donc là, on a complètement passé le pas de la programmation, enfin on a complètement passé sur ordinateur, et on peut concrètement jouer au jeu, même s'il y a encore donc, quelques problèmes d'optimisation, de lumière ou de polish à terminer. Et on arrive donc notre dernière période de présentiel, c'est donc cette période actuelle, juin 2025. On a notre livrable et on a un jeu très fini, très polish, avec de beaux graphismes, enfin d'assez beaux graphismes, mais plus trop de problèmes d'optimisation, plus grand chose à fixe. Et donc on s'est concentré sur nos soutenances globalement. Déjà, je vais aussi donc, faire des petits remerciements parce qu'on n'a pas été seul sur ce projet, on a été aidé par d'autres gens, donc notamment Jenny, la sœur de Viviane, qui nous a aidé sur la traduction. On a eu Loutre qui a été présenté un peu plus tôt, qui nous a aidé sur la composition musicale, et on a notre artiste 3D Roman, notre artiste 2D pardon, excusez-moi, Roman, qui nous a fait donc tous les assets 2D, l'affiche, le logo et tout ce que vous voyez d'un peu joli sur le projet globalement. Merci beaucoup.
Bravo au premier groupe d'être passé en premier pour cet après-midi. Je tiens à préciser au jury que vous avez pu tester les jeux ce matin, vous avez pu leur poser toutes les questions que vous souhaitez, mais je peux faire passer le micro dans l'assistance si vous avez des questions supplémentaires. Je vais vous demander aussi de compléter tous les formulaires d'évaluation d'ici la fin de la soutenance. Je les récupérerai en fin d'après-midi. Merci. Donc, y a-t-il des questions ?
Bonjour, je suis passé à votre stand. Est-ce que vous pourriez nous réexpliquer comment vous avez fait des tests avec le jeu physique et quelles informations vous avez pu en tirer? Qu'est-ce que ça vous a apporté pour le jeu pas physique?
Déjà, ce qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on avait des cartes préfaites, on va dire, et des petits stickers représentant les météos ou des valeurs qu'on pouvait écrire. Et on a fait une partie de jeu normale, et quand on se rendait compte, par exemple, que pour la fée, il y avait trop de cartes qui modifiaient trop la météo ou pas assez, on pouvait modifier ces valeurs un peu en temps réel pendant qu'on testait. Pareil pour les conditions des chats à planter, s'ils étaient trop stricts ou pas assez. Et on a fait des tests comme ça, et une fois qu'on avait des valeurs qui nous paraissaient plus ou moins bien, on a pu les implémenter directement dans notre jeu.
Vous avez refait des tests aussi par rapport à l'IHM quand vous avez eu la version sur mobile?
Oui, on a fait. Fallait que tout reste, parce qu'il y a quand même pas mal d'informations, il fallait que tout soit buvable, quoi.
Bonjour. Alors j'ai une question pour vous. Est-ce que vous diriez que votre jeu c'est un jeu de société ou un jeu mobile?
Alors on est plus à penser que c'est un jeu de société porté sur mobile. Oui, enfin, la majorité des joueurs mobiles restent des joueurs casual, et nous, on sait que c'est des joueurs plus de jeux de société qui n'ont pas forcément l'occasion de se retrouver en présentiel, de jouer, mais qui aimeraient quand même faire un jeu de jeu de société, mais sans être dans la même pièce.
Donc l'aspect mobile, c'est surtout pour jouer avec d'autres personnes qui ne sont pas physiquement présentes dans la pièce.
C'est ça, et c'est que ça reste accessible. Tout le monde a un téléphone. Pas besoin d'avoir un grand setup gaming pour pouvoir jouer un petit jeu avec des chats. N'importe qui peut le faire.
Merci beaucoup.
Y a-t-il d'autres questions? Bon, très bien, on peut accueillir on peut applaudir le premier groupe. Bravo pour votre présentation. On va accueillir le deuxième groupe qui va nous présenter son jeu. On vous écoute.
Donc bonjour, nous allons vous présenter notre projet de deuxième année, Battery Keeple 2. Donc nous sommes la Battery Team, nous avons tous été programmeurs sur le projet et moi c'est Pierre.
Moi c'est Joseph.
Moi c'est Sacha. Et moi c'est Maximilien.
Embarquez dans un voyage électrifiant avec Battery Keeple 2. Esquivez les projectiles avec précision et battez des boss challengeants. Occupez-vous de vos grenouilles pour les améliorer et les faire concourir dans des mini-jeux. Battery Keeple 2 est un bullet hell accessible à tous qui utilise toutes les spécificités du mobile. Donc Battery Keeple 2, c'est un shoot 'em up ou un bullet hell à un joueur avec une durée de vie d'à peu près 10 minutes. Donc on a la partie shoot 'em up bullet hell dont j'ai parlé et la partie idle hatching. Un public cible, c'est tous, puisque le jeu n'a pas de violence, il est très friendly. Et du coup, voilà, l'APK fait 148 MO, enfin, installé fait 148 MO et l'APK fait 43 MO. Donc au niveau des références, on est parti sur Rabbit & Steel et tout ou pour vraiment le côté bullet hell shoot 'em up. Final Fantasy XIV pour toute l'interface, les feedbacks visuels. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle pour la partie idle hatching du jeu. Et Let Me Cook pour l'aspect sonore.
Alors on va vous présenter les 3C, donc on va commencer par la caméra. Alors pour les deux parties, que ce soit le shoot 'em up comme le idle hatching, on a utilisé une caméra top-down, c'est-à-dire vue du dessus du joueur. Donc pour commencer sur la partie shoot 'em up, on va avoir un scrolling de la caméra sur les différentes phases de wave et qui va venir se fixer lors des phases de boss pour éviter qu'il y ait trop de mouvement pour le joueur, pour que ça soit assez lisible et qu'il puisse quand même avoir une petite charge mentale pendant qu'il joue. Et pour la partie idle hatching, elle va être fixée sur la partie des gestions de frog. Il n'y a pas besoin d'énormément de mouvements. Et donc avoir une caméra fixe, en fait, ça permet de libérer tout simplement, encore une fois, la charge mentale du joueur. Mais la caméra va venir se scroller sur les différents mini-jeux qu'il y aura avec la partie idle hatching des grenouilles. Au niveau des caractères, alors on va avoir 3 personnages jouables. On va avoir le premier personnage distance qui va être assez éloigné du boss et qui va permettre d'envoyer des balles et d'être assez sécurisé, on va dire. Donc c'est un personnage qui est assez facile à jouer, qui ne fait pas d'énormes dégâts au boss, mais qui a des capacités qui permettent d'être assez en sécurité, on va dire. Donc par exemple, sa capacité, c'est une option de sauvetage, car elle permet en fait de le rendre totalement invincible aux dégâts pendant quelques secondes. Le deuxième personnage, ça va être un personnage de mêlée, donc il va avoir un peu plus de risque à jouer, parce qu'il va devoir attaquer au corps à corps. Mais il va faire de plus gros dégâts, notamment avec sa mécanique de rage, qui va lui permettre d'attaquer plus vite et de faire plus de dégâts. Et enfin, on a un personnage bien plus compliqué, ça va être le personnage spécial. Donc il est un peu plus quirky, un peu plus difficile à maîtriser, par exemple avec sa mécanique de pari, qui permet de renvoyer les balles au boss en utilisant sa capacité. Et enfin, pour finir les 3C, on va parler du contrôleur. Donc on est sur un contrôleur mobile, donc il faut que tout soit assez accessible au doigt. Donc pour le mouvement du joueur, on a décidé d'opter pour le drag, c'est-à-dire que le joueur pourra déplacer le joueur juste en maintenant l'écran et en le déplaçant son doigt, peu importe où il est. L'attaque principale se fait automatiquement pour éviter au joueur d'avoir cette action à réfléchir en plus, donc ça libère encore une fois la charge cognitive du joueur. Le double tap permettra de lancer l'habilité du joueur. Et enfin, pour la mécanique mobile que nous avons utilisée, c'est surtout l'accéléromètre qui permet de lancer l'ultime du joueur, donc une capacité avec une grosse attente, un gros cooldown, mais qui fait aussi de gros dégâts. Et enfin, pour la partie hatching, nous utilisons le drag pour déplacer les frogs et nous utilisons le drop tout simplement pour les lâcher, pour les déplacer. C'est un drag and drop tout simple. Et enfin, appuyer sur les grenouilles permet tout simplement d'afficher leurs statistiques.
Du coup, je vais vous parler du game design. Donc déjà, pour le jeu, on va avoir une condition de victoire qui est la même partout. Ça va être battre le boss. Une fois qu'on a battu le boss, on va avoir un petit moment pour réfléchir à quel item acheter pour progresser plus dans la run. Et du coup, le côté bullet hell, ça va être le fait qu'on va avoir plein de projectiles, comme pouvoir sur l'illustration juste à côté, plein de projectiles voler et venir dans notre face. Du coup, pour un niveau, il va être organisé en 3 phases. Donc il va y avoir une phase de wave, où il va y avoir des ennemis qui vont venir nous attaquer, il faut se défendre et dodge. Puis ensuite une phase de dodge où on va apprendre les patterns du boss face à lui. Et enfin une phase de boss où là on va commencer à attaquer et mettre à épreuve l'apprentissage des phases.
Pour la partie hatching, du coup, après chaque partie que vous effectuerez sur le mode roguelike, vous aurez une grenouille qui sera du coup générée aléatoirement avec une rareté, des niveaux différents. Et ça, du coup, ça constitue la boucle macro du jeu. C'est-à-dire que c'est ça qui va nous faire revenir sur le jeu, puisque en fait, les frogs, elles montent de niveau même quand le jeu est éteint. Donc ces frogs, du coup, on va les utiliser dans des mini-jeux. Elles ont 3 niveaux de course, de nage et de vol. Et du coup, ça sera utilisé dans les mini-jeux, ces niveaux-là. Une partie de Battery Kibble, du coup, on peut le voir avec ce storyboard. On commence du coup avec le choix du personnage, le lancement de la partie, et du coup cette phase de roguelike avec la phase de wave, de pattern et de boss. À la fin de cette partie-là, du coup, on débloque un œuf qui du coup va s'ouvrir après un certain nombre d'heures. Ensuite, cet œuf, va en donner une grenouille qu'on pourra faire monter de niveau et l'utiliser dans les mini-jeux.
Pour ce qui est du game design du boss, donc on voulait un boss qui a des attaques lisibles mais qui sont quand même challengeantes. Et donc du coup on a plusieurs phases et un nuisance manager. Donc le nuisance manager c'est un petit système qu'on a fait qui va faire en sorte que le boss vienne un peu nous casser les pieds. Il envoie plein de notifications, il allume le flash de notre téléphone et tout pour nous déranger. Mais du coup au niveau du design vraiment du boss en lui-même, on va avoir du coup 2 patterns, puis 2 patterns qui en sont dérivés. Donc les 2 premiers patterns qui sont là pour nous apprendre un peu la mécanique du boss, et ensuite 2 patterns qui sont dérivés, qui sont plus durs, peut-être un peu plus rapides, et qui superposent les mécaniques.
Du coup, pour la partie sound design, on a décidé de rester très simple, sans utiliser de middleware, uniquement pour rester sur la partie feedback du joueur qu'on peut donner, avoir une super musique faite par Sacha, et vraiment quelque chose d'assez facile et assez rapide.
Pour ce qui est de la direction artistique, alors du coup, comme vous l'avez vu tout à l'heure, on est tous des programmeurs, donc on est parti sur du 3D en low poly, où en gros on a produit des modèles sur Blender, puis ensuite on les a rendus en sprite 2D. Et du coup, pour les modèles qu'on a produits, plusieurs modèles de boss, plusieurs modèles de player, des modèles différents de grenouilles et un background pour la phase de boss. Au niveau de l'interface, on voulait quelque chose qui est facilement utilisable et également utilisable au pouce, parce qu'on imagine bien quelqu'un jouer au jeu dans le métro et juste utiliser avec sa main droite ou sa main gauche. Du coup, pour le gameplay, on voulait aussi, du coup, comme je disais tout à l'heure, des attaques de boss lisibles. Et du coup, les attaques sont vraiment très télégraphées. On n'a rien d'inattendu si on connaît bien le pattern.
Du coup, pour le joueur, pour des questions d'optimisation, on a décidé d'utiliser de la fausse 3D, où en fait, on récupère nos modèles Blender en 3D low poly pour les process et avoir après un sprite plat et une normal map qui va du coup faire des effets de lumière sur le joueur et nous donner vraiment une impression de 3D dans le jeu. Du coup, pour la partie programmation, notre objectif là-dessus, c'était vraiment de nous donner des challenges personnels, surtout sur des principes et des techniques dont on a déjà entendu parler, mais on ne sait pas vraiment comment ça marche ou quoi. Et du coup, on a vraiment voulu comprendre et découvrir de nouvelles choses. Du coup, par exemple, on a ajouté tout un système en C, du coup, pour se séparer un peu d'Unity et tester un peu comment fonctionne la mémoire, avoir des buffers dynamiques et génériques et des trucs comme ça. Après, une fois qu'on avait du coup des buffers de data contigus avec tout ça, on s'est dit pourquoi pas faire un système d'ECS un peu parallèle, bizarre pour tester, parce qu'on n'en avait jamais fait et on ne savait pas trop comment ça marchait ou quoi. Du coup, on s'est dit que ça pouvait être très intéressant de découvrir qu'est-ce que c'est, comment ça fonctionne, comment on peut l'ajouter. Et comme le contexte était un peu bizarre, ça pouvait nous permettre d'expérimenter des choses pour voir ce que ça fait. Mais du coup, pour l'architecture dans Unity, avec du coup les classes très concrètes des joueurs, etc., on a essayé encore une fois de se séparer un peu d'Unity et surtout des monobehaviors qui peut être assez rapidement très coûteux. Et du coup, on a essayé de garder un truc simple à utiliser pour l'équipe, donc d'uniformiser un maximum et de simplifier l'utilisation de classes et de systèmes, notamment la gestion des datas pour les transférer, les charger, etc. Ou directement le visuel avec la génération de visuels, etc. Pour ce qui est du système de save, on save en QuickTime parce qu'on trouvait ça rigolo. Et du coup, la gestion des datas qu'on a faite juste avant, ça nous a également permis de sauvegarder un peu n'importe quelle data qu'on veut, quand on veut, et de façon super simple, un peu partout. Et donc, on en est assez content. On a aussi, pour encore une fois limiter les instantiations dans Unity des objets, fait un petit système de pool dans laquelle du coup on réutilise en permanence nos projectiles, etc. pour du coup instancier le moins de choses possible et rester dans un truc très de réutilisation et d'optimisation. Du coup, pour ce qui est des effets mobiles, notamment liés avec le nuisance manager qui est là pour nous embêter, on trouvait ça intéressant du coup, comme c'est sur le mobile, de directement aller communiquer avec l'API d'Android et les classes Java, C#, et de voir comment ça marche et qu'est-ce que c'est. Du coup, on a récupéré tout un tas de petits systèmes comme la flashlight, la vibration ou les notifications du téléphone. Et pour simplifier encore une fois l'utilisation et uniformiser un peu tous les systèmes et tous les principes qu'on a dans le gameplay, de faire des petits outils entre gros guillemets, par exemple d'avoir des puissances de vibration uniformes et ce genre de choses, de simplifier l'utilisation, etc. Pareil, on a utilisé du coup le système audio d'Unity, mais étant donné qu'on utilise très peu de monobehavior, ou en tout cas c'était l'objectif de s'en séparer dans notre utilisation de code, etc., de faire un truc très simple, et encore une fois une espèce de petite surcouche qu'on peut réutiliser et qui s'adapte surtout à tout à notre système d'architecture, d'entité, etc.
Du coup, pareil pour les collisions, on voulait se séparer du système d'Unity de base. Et c'était aussi un challenge pour ma découverte personnelle. Et j'ai réfléchi aux contraintes mobiles. Donc, du coup, je voulais avoir un système un peu bare bones avec un minimum de méthodes superficielles. Et du coup, pour ce faire, j'ai dû implémenter quelque chose qui s'appelle le spatial hashing. Donc, le spatial hashing, ce qu'on va commencer par faire, c'est séparer le monde du jeu en plein de petites cellules Et ensuite, comme on peut voir sur le schéma à droite, on a placé des entités. Bon là, c'est des cercles, mais des entités dans ces cellules. Et on peut voir qu'on a une grosse entité qui est sur deux cellules différentes et elle est également dans la cellule de droite avec une toute petite entité. Et le système de special hashing est mêlé au système de manager de collision. Il va venir checker toutes les cellules où il y a plusieurs entités et update les collisions à ces endroits-là. Et donc quand on voit en bas à gauche la petite entité qui est toute seule, bon, celle-là, elle n'est pas update au niveau des collisions du tout parce qu'il n'y a pas besoin. Mais du coup, un problème auquel on a fait face, c'est que vu que je découvrais, j'ai commencé par faire des collisions discrètes. Et donc, comme on peut voir sur le schéma de gauche, ici on a un même objet mais à 3 endroits différents sur 3 frames différents. Donc il a une vitesse constante et vu qu'on check les collisions toutes les frames dans le système discret, eh bien, si entre 2 frames l'objet va assez vite, il peut passer à travers un mur. Et donc une solution, ça aurait été d'utiliser le système de collision continue, où là on va avoir à une frame, on va checker le long d'un rayon, voir s'il va y avoir une collision dans le futur avant la prochaine frame. Mais donc réécrire tout le système discret que j'avais écrit et le passer en continu, c'était long et on n'avait pas ce temps-là parce qu'on avait 60 heures allouées au projet. Donc on avait fini par utiliser les collisions d'Unity. Pour ce qui est de l'input system, c'est l'input system d'Unity le nouveau, donc qui est uniquement basé sur des événements. Et j'ai rajouté des petites méthodes de bind, comme on peut voir en bas, qui peuvent être utilisées dans toutes les classes qui possèdent un input manager, ce qui permet de pousser un peu le concept de compartimentalité dans le sens où tout est indépendant, mais on peut quand même se servir de choses si on a envie. Du coup, c'est modulaire, c'est vraiment comme on veut. Pour ce qui est du système de boss, on va avoir une sorte de grande classe mère qui s'appelle boss phase system, où dedans on va avoir une array de boss phase. Donc cette boss phase, ça va être un scriptable object qui contient des données, et notamment des données d'array de boss attack. Et donc en mettant les timings qu'on veut dans les scriptable objects, les dégâts, combien de temps ça dure, la vitesse et tout, on peut du coup créer des boss assez intéressants et diverses à notre envie assez rapidement.
En ce qui concerne l'attaque du joueur, on a décidé de créer une classe qui s'appelle l'attaque manager et qui va être totalement séparée du joueur, et on va venir ensuite lui attacher en tant que composant, et ce qui permet en fait de le rendre assez flexible et de pouvoir le donner par exemple à des ennemis ou des boss par le futur. C'est un système qui est initialisé à la création soit du joueur, soit des ennemis, et en fait qui va venir tout gérer. En ce qui concerne les attaques, il est très flexible et en fait ça permet par exemple de le lancer quand on veut, de l'arrêter quand on veut, de venir modifier les variables de dégâts, les variables de vitesse de balle, les variables de cooldown entre les capacités par exemple. Et en fait il est rendu assez flexible et ça permet pendant le développement en fait du projet d'avoir quelque chose d'assez rapide à intégrer et d'avoir des capacités faciles à intégrer aussi. Et en ce qui concerne justement ces capacités, elles ont été rangées dans des scriptable objects au niveau de toutes leurs données. Donc ce qui concerne par exemple les dégâts, le cooldown, la speed, le comportement aussi va être lié à un événement. Et en fait ça permet en code de rapidement appeler cet événement et de venir lancer l'habilité, l'ultime, l'attaque et un peu ce qu'on veut en fait en fonction de comment on l'a assigné dans les scriptable objects directement. Et pour le niveau, on a utilisé un level manager qui s'occupe d'utiliser une seule scène du jeu et qui va venir gérer tous les modes de jeu. Donc ça soit par exemple un boss rush, une survie, des vagues, un boss par exemple. Et en fait, on va tout venir ranger dans un scriptable object qui va avoir toutes les données du jeu, qui va contenir les différents modes de jeu et les lancer en fait en fonction de la fin. Donc c'est-à-dire que quand on va venir finir un mode de jeu, ça va directement faire une transition vers le prochain. Et comme j'ai dit, tout ça est géré dans une seule scène de jeu. Ça permet d'éviter justement les chargements pour changer de scène, d'avoir un truc un peu plus optimisé pour le joueur. Et ça permet justement d'avoir une application sur mobile qui est un peu plus compacte, un peu plus performante, on va dire.
Donc pour nous simplifier la vie, pour le développement du jeu et pour son test, nous avons mis en place un debug menu. Donc ce debug menu nous permet de voir ce qui se passe dans le jeu même en build. Il nous permet aussi la modification de variables par réflexion. Et du coup, dans ce debug menu, on a un logger en haut qui nous permet de voir du coup tous les logs qui sont inscrits dans le code et un profiler qui nous permet de garder un œil du coup sur les variables et sur l'utilisation par exemple de la mémoire du jeu. Donc ça, c'est disponible que en dev build. Et du coup, si on fait une build pour la mettre sur l'App Store ou quelque chose, il n'y aura pas le debug menu. Le Frog System, donc c'est un système qui est développé complètement à part du reste du jeu. Mais je me suis rendu compte en le faisant qu'au final j'ai utilisé pas mal de systèmes que mes camarades avaient eux-mêmes développés. Donc on a réussi quand même à réutiliser des systèmes même s'ils n'étaient pas forcément liés intrinsèquement au gameplay qu'on voulait faire. Et donc du coup dans ces frogs là on a une sauvegarde des données, donc si on quitte le jeu, les grenouilles gardent leur comportement, leur état et leur niveau. Dans ce système là il n'y a pas ou peu de sérialisation. Et j'ai suivi le principe du keep it simple, donc de garder vraiment les choses simples avec beaucoup de scripts qui ont chacun leur fonction. Du coup, en termes d'organisation, on a travaillé sur le moteur Unity en utilisant des IDE comme VS ou NeoVim et Rider. Pour le versioning de code, on a utilisé GitHub. Pour les modèles 3D, Blender. Et pour le design des patterns de boss, on a utilisé Paint. Pour l'organisation, nous avions un Discord privé pour gérer le projet, nous envoyer des messages et organiser nos réunions. Et puis la classique Google Drive avec Google Sheets, Forms et Docs, ainsi que Draw.io pour faire des UML et avoir une architecture du projet qui est claire.
Également, comme du coup on avait beaucoup de codes assez différents d'Unity, un peu nouveaux, qu'on changeait en permanence, plutôt que d'uniquement documenter le code, ce qui pouvait pas forcément être super facile, un peu disparate, etc. On a décidé de tout centraliser directement sur le wiki, enfin sur le GitHub du coup, avec un wiki dessus, qui du coup a permis de simplifier vachement l'utilisation, ou même quand on n'est pas là pour expliquer son système à un autre membre du groupe, il peut juste aller regarder sur le wiki et c'est super simple.
Alors en ce qui concerne le post-mortem, on a eu des difficultés au début du projet, c'est-à-dire qu'on a mis un peu de temps en fait avant de définir un vrai game design. On a dû le changer totalement parce que ça ne nous convenait pas, que ce soit au niveau de la scope comme au niveau en fait du projet en lui-même. On voulait vraiment se faire plaisir en fait sur le jeu et avoir envie de bosser sur ce projet-là. Et donc du coup en fait on a dû énormément réduire la scope, faire des changements, donc on a perdu beaucoup de temps là-dessus. Mais au final en vrai on est vachement content de ce qu'on a produit parce qu'au final on a un projet qui nous plaît. On a pu faire beaucoup d'expériences en fait, de code et de développement. On a appris pas mal de choses et donc du coup en fait on est assez content au niveau de ce projet-là.
Donc si vous avez pu jouer au jeu, vous avez sûrement remarqué que du coup il y a plein de choses qui manquent dans la build finale. Mais nous en fait ce qu'on est content, c'est qu'aujourd'hui on a tellement de systèmes qu'on peut réutiliser que si là on nous donnait 2 mois pour finir le jeu, on pourrait intégrer énormément de choses vu que tout est modulaire et modulable. Merci de votre écoute.
Bravo. Est-ce que vous avez des questions ?
Merci pour cette présentation. Et j'ai une petite question au niveau de la collision que vous avez essayé de faire from scratch. Est-ce que du coup vous avez utilisé la vôtre ou finalement vous êtes parti sur celle d'Unity ?
Du coup, vu que j'avais développé en discrete et qu'après il y avait un manque de temps pour tout écrire en continuous, on est parti sur celle d'Unity parce qu'ils ont déjà un système continu qui fonctionne. Et ce truc-là, c'était vraiment surtout pour moi apprendre comment ça fonctionne. Et on l'aurait utilisé si au final on avait eu plus de temps, mais là non.
Et j'ai une autre question. Au niveau du spatial hashing, tu dis que tu as découpé le monde en cellules. Est-ce que les cellules où il n'y a pas d'entité existent quand même?
Non, tout seul où il n'y a rien, elles sont delete et après on refresh quand il y a du mouvement sur les entités.
Très bien, merci.
Bonjour. Moi, je voudrais juste ajouter quelque chose pour ceux qui n'auraient pas eu l'occasion de tester votre jeu, ou peut-être les personnes qui regardent via YouTube. Je trouve que vos visuels ne représentent pas la qualité de l'expérience que moi j'ai pu tester. C'était vraiment plaisant. Le boss était bien équilibré. Et en fait, je vais essayer juste d'arriver à cette conclusion que même si les graphismes n'étaient pas, parce que vous êtes tous programmeurs, vous l'avez dit, n'étaient pas d'un niveau avec des graphes. L'expérience elle-même était plaisante et ça, c'est mieux que l'inverse. C'est mieux que d'avoir des super graphes et puis de ne pas arriver à jouer ou de ne pas arriver à se débrouiller avec ce boss. Et donc félicitations pour ça. Donc c'est pas trop une question, c'est une remarque, mais c'est pour ceux qui n'auraient pas testé.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Bravo à vous.
Merci beaucoup pour la présentation et pour la partie. Je vois pas trop dans quel cas j'aurais pu passer avec mon vaisseau au travers des boulettes dans le moteur physique. Mon vaisseau n'allant pas assez vite.
J'ai pas entendu. Pardon, j'ai pas entendu.
Dans le moteur de collision, vous avez arrêté parce que vous aviez peur que je passe au travers de cloisons.
Oui,
entre
alors,
deux frames.
Alors c'est pas que
dans le
j'avais
jeu, il n'y
peur.
a pas de cloison, donc j'imagine que je passe au travers des projectiles.
Ouais.
Mais le vaisseau n'avançant pas assez vite, je vois pas comment ça peut arriver.
Et bah détrompez-vous parce que justement on a testé et j'ai fait pas mal de retravaillement. Enfin, j'ai beaucoup retravaillé sur la collision discrète pour essayer d'avoir un hybride entre la continue sans avoir à tout réécrire. Et en fait, par le fait que c'était sur le mouvement est basé sur la framerate et 60 fps, en fait, le système de collision du coup suivait pas. Enfin, en tout cas, moi j'avais pas l'expertise de le faire suivre. Et du coup, on passait à travers. Donc, dommage.
D'autres questions?
Bravo à vous déjà. Moi j'ai tiqué sur la phrase et je pense que vous l'avez dit exprès pour qu'on tique un peu dessus. Le monobehavior, c'est quoi le problème? Je le sais, mais j'ai envie de l'entendre encore une fois.
C'est tout simplement qu'il y a beaucoup de choses qui sont liées au monobehavior parce que c'est le principe du moteur de simplifier la création de jeux avec. Et en fait, c'était énormément de choses dont on n'avait absolument pas besoin. Et aussi parce qu'on voulait gérer un peu nous-mêmes, que ce soit par vraie utilité ou par principe d'apprendre et de tester des trucs. L'organisation, le sens et j'ai plus les termes, mais
l'ordre d'update.
Oui, par exemple, l'ordre d'update ou ce genre de choses, ou si on veut juste pas update, qu'on s'embête pas trop sur certains trucs ou quoi. Je sais pas si ça répond à la question directement aussi.
Ouais, super. Bravo à vous.
Merci.
Pour rebondir sur la question, les monobehaviors, vous les avez remplacés du coup par quoi exactement?
En fait, on les a pas exactement remplacés parce que forcément, si on veut du visuel, on a besoin de composantes de GameObject, mais on les a limités en en ayant pas trop. Par exemple, sur chacun des GameObject, on aurait pu avoir le script player qui est un monobehavior, le script visuel qui est un monobehavior, etc. Et en fait, on a essayé de le limiter un maximum en ayant uniquement le script du graphique qui va gérer tous les effets graphiques, tout ce qui est lié à ça, toute la gestion des collisions du coup de Unity avec, etc. Et d'avoir uniquement le principal en limitant un maximum le reste. Parce que par défaut, on faisait vraiment le player, C#, etc.
D'accord, merci.
Bonjour. Félicitations, merci pour cette présentation. J'ai pas encore eu la chance de tester le jeu, donc ça va être compliqué de faire mon avis là tout de suite. Toutefois, dans vos références, j'ai cru comprendre que là, vous êtes donc sur un bullet hell, principe de shmup, donc de Danmaku, et j'ai pas vu de cave, de jeu cave.
Pardon, j'ai pas entendu.
Alors en fait, ma question c'est, au niveau des collisions, parce que j'ai vu le système que vous avez mis en place juste avant, et donc par rapport, pour rebondir justement à la question d'Axel, est-ce que vous savez comment Cave, donc la société Cave, qui est concrètement la société qui a démocratisé le Danmaku, a résolu le problème des collisions?
Alors non.
Ben voilà, merci.
Est-ce qu'on a le droit de demander rapidement comment ou c'est pas le temps?
Alors moi, je pourrais vous faire l'explication très théoriquement, très rapidement, mais le mieux, c'est que je teste le jeu et je vous explique.
Ok, ouais. Merci.
On peut applaudir le dernier groupe de licence deuxième année, jeux vidéo. Bravo à vous. Alors, comme nous attendons encore 2 membres du jury pour switcher sur les étudiants de troisième année, je vous propose d'aller vous rafraîchir pendant 5 minutes. Voilà, on reprend à 14h30 si ça vous va. Il fait très chaud, ça vous permettra d'aller boire de l'eau fraîche.
Un, deux.
Qui veut être bouclé, dis d'abord le bis au pire on tape.
de gauche à droite de leur point de vue. Au début, je vais vous présenter. Avancez-vous. Si vous n'êtes pas chaud qu'on s'avance.
Okay. Now, we are going to switch into English for the next lot of oral defense presentations. This will be presented by third-year students on the bachelor degree in computer science for video game. They were tasked with delivering their presentation in English for the last year of their bachelors. This will be a challenge for some of them, but as you can see with me today, it's entirely possible. So let's see the instructions they were given. Alors, the first specification was to develop a quick action video game, FPS, MOBA, that is networked multiplayer game and developed using Unreal Engine or Godot. The second one was to work in a chosen simulated environment from a small studio to a large company. They had to choose a suitable creation process and monitoring system of the project. And finally, they had to define and implement player monitoring analytics. What were the constraints they were given? In first, an online multiplayer game that had secure management of players' accounts and discussions between players. The second constraint was an animation of 3D humanoid character. An online multiplayer game that had management of a real-time database. And they had to create all the shaders appropriate for the project. So, let's get to the fun part. Please welcome the first group for the presentation of their game called Bot Testing Party. Good luck.
So, hi everyone. I hope you're going well. We are the Group A and we are so glad to be here with you today to present to you who worked this year on Bot Testing Party. So, here with you today, Balthazar, Enzo, Yuna, Theo, Thibaut, Ewen, and I, Idris. We're going to start our presentation with a short pitch of our game, followed by our organization, and after technical aspects, and then more artistic considerations such as the visual and the sound design, and then to finish with the implemented analytics we have in her game and the database settings. So without further ado, I'll give the floor to Balthazar, who will talk to you about the gameplay and the lore of the game.
Thank you, Idris. So, okay. Okay. So, Bot Testing Party is, as the name suggests, a PC party game taking place in the dystopian future where artificial intelligences are tested and trained by basically jousting against each other on live television. So the main idea behind Bot Testing Party's design was to make a PC party game that would encapsulate game ideas from basically a whole team, not letting anyone behind or forcing them to develop a project with a premise that they didn't like. Because of that, almost the restrictions were put on the design of the different minigames, which meant we ended up with a lot of different genres, some who did not mesh together well at all, but who gave Bot Testing Party a very original premise as a mixture of traditional party minigames and as well as a polished complete games on their own too. So, although every game is, really different, obviously, there are parts that stay the same throughout all minigames, almost. So we have the same controller, a harmonized, robot controller that we use for a lot of the different robot games. We have harmonized visuals and sounds, taking the same color patterns, taking the same models across the game. And we have, of course, that overarching setting, which is that sports arena at night. All of that gives our game a very coherent, a sort of cohesion between games, instead of disjointed ideas as they were originally. So, because we decided on a party game, we wanted it to be accessible to most, I would say, including a very large audience comprised of, casuals, to semi-competitive players. As a result of this decision, we decided to focus our design into specific ideas, specific part of the ideas, which is, of course, easy to pick up controls, and very satisfying feedbacks to give all of the minigames an overall sense of conviviality, while not sacrificing the core of each, keeping them as interesting as they were conceived originally. And all that, the mic to Idris, who will talk to you about how we organized the development of Bot Testing Party, as well as the role all team members each played in it.
Thank you, Balthazar. So, as we were highly motivated this year, we decided to have a bigger scope than the previous year. We made 9 minigames that we tried to polish as much as we could. The main risk was that we wouldn't be able to have enough minigame finished in time, and that they wouldn't be consistent across the different dimensions of a video game, from the visual to the sound design and the controls. But to be honest, we are truly satisfied with the result, because we're offering a real multiplayer experience that is consistent and fun, and also because we couldn't do more with the time we had. Obviously, we would have liked more time to even more mini games and more polish, because we really love what we do. We all have been programmers in all mini games, but we assured specific roles in which we were competent to make the production process easier. Our mode of operation is horizontal, based on a hierarchy of skills and collective decision for each artistic facets of the game. As well as being all programmers, Enzo was in charge of the lead development, Yuna the artistic direction, Balthazar the lead UI, Thibaut the sound design, and I the project managing. Ewen and Theo didn't have specific roles, but they were full-time on programmation, and they helped a lot in several tasks when it was needed. For example, for the database, the shaders, the animation. To avoid all the risks linked to the development of a video game, we put in place several teamwork tools, such as Kanban on Miro and Notion. And we also had a weekly, every Friday morning, to keep up to date and to define our sprints. For the functional testing, we organized the external and internal playtest starting February, and we implemented a lot of feedbacks. We can really thank our classmates who helped us a lot with this. For the technical side, we conduct network tests very early, even the prototyping phase, and we harmonized immediately our coding standards. Some critical parts of the code are submitted to technical tests, such as the loading and the unloading of mini games during the game sessions. While we're talking about the technical subjects, I'll give the floor right now to Enzo.
Thank you, Idris. So, let's talk about the programming. First, some technical information. We use Godot as game engine, and we only use JavaScript as a scripting language to be more productive. The game is available on macOS, Linux, and also on Windows. When we build, we encrypt database credentials to ensure cybersecurity. And while talking about network, as we create a party game, we don't need to have full server authority over game elements. We can spread the authority across all the players to prioritize the player experience over cheat prevention. In fact, we have a peer-to-peer layout where each player has authority on its own character to have immediate feedback on his input. And to talk about the global architecture of the game, it's directly inspired from our game design. After the title screen, a player join the host, and everything takes place in the arena, where they can choose their game or customize their character. Then, while players are reading the tutorial, we are loading the level behind the camera to avoid loading screen. When everyone is ready, we transition to the game, and the party manager is waiting for the game to end and the result to be sent. Then we go to the tutorial of the next game, and we continue until the end of the last game. For file management, we use Git as versioning tools hosted on GitHub and with a basic Git flow methodology. We keep assets of each game apart from each other to make the development easier, but to ensure consistency across all of the games, we share as many objects as we can between games. One of the main examples is the character controller, which is just a mesh rigged and animated in Blender, with some inverse kinematic in some games. But to go even further and have a more organic feel when we are playing, we use mathematics to not just have the position of the character interpolated to its real position, but also add oscillation and stabilization. This makes more sense for a floating robot. And to complete the effect, we also add rotation to it. But to tell more about the graphism, I let the floor to Yuna.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I really wanted to highlight the fact that almost everything in our game was handmade. Except a few VFX assets, the rest, the UI, shaders, music, characters, and animation were all made by our team, from the concept art to modelization, texturing, and animation on Blender and Godot 4. One of the benefits of using those two softwares together is that we were able to integrate the blend files directly into Godot to be able to iterate more easily and quickly, because the model will automatically update after a change on Blender. Then, for the artistic direction, we were inspired by Wii Party games and Apple designs with this very white, clean, futuristic aesthetic, and we chose to make simple design to have this couch game style that shows that our game is casual and family friendly, but also to make the production easier and quicker for us, of course. And because the game is in a TV show, take place in a TV show, we needed to be it needed to be colored too, especially as it was a party game. Therefore, to fluidify the experience, we try to have a coherent visuals that help understanding the gameplay quicker. That's why colors were important to improve the user experience. Here's a few examples. On one hand, only the enemies that can harm you are depicted in red to evoke danger. Green, on the other hand, will only be for positive items that can benefit the player in some sorts. Furthermore, every player can choose in the lobby their own color, which will be used to identify them at all times in the game. Then the rest of the backgrounds will be with color on the grayscale and dollar to accentuate the gameplay elements. And it's also improved with the lighting effects, of course. So that's how we've made it from those ugly placeholders to our polished simple designs. And I pass the mic to Theo to talk more about the shaders and VFX that make the game even more alive.
Thank you, Yuna. So, at some point during the development, we wanted to make the game beautiful, to crunch it up, to boost it out. And the question was how to turn the prototype lifeless but functional into masterpiece. To do so, we used shader and VFX. That's not all, but it really helped us. We used the shader material to achieve complex visual. It gave us more flexibility than process material to create reactive and playful effects. On screen, you can see the spectators and the sound visualizer. Both are running real-time shader code, saving a lot of performance. We can also pass data to shaders to make them react to the game. Other elements are using process material to keep the visual clean, lightweight, and performant. Shader and VFX not only make the game more appealing, it also helps the player by providing him feedbacks. It makes the game feel alive, readable, and fun to play, without breaking visual coherence across all minigames. Now I will let Thibaut talk about the sound design.
Thank you, Theo. So for the audio portion of our game, the goal was to create the identity for our futuristic Robot Warrior competition. So for the futurism part, there is an electro style inspired by Daft Punk and Justice. The warrior aspect is made by raw and industrial sounds like we can have in 9 Inch Nails. And the sports show feel is with this highly dynamic and impactful music and the environment with the public reactions. For the creation process, we use FL Studio and Audacity. The method was highly experimental with simple synth sounds that are processed, saturated, layered, and so on, with a lot of plugins. Whether it's for music, sound effects, the industrial stadium ambient sound, and so on. On the technical side, we use Wise because of all its tools like randomizers, buses management, interactive playlist. So I just let you listen to the example of the switch track, which have perfectly synchronized the layer for the crown or skull in Driven Steel with the in-game music. On n'entend rien. Sorry. Issue. Okay, let's go. Don't have the focus. Oh, sorry. Never mind. And ultimately, our architecture with Wise and Godot allowed us to connect our initial artistic vision with this clean and efficient technical implementation. And now, Ewen is going to deal with the database and analytics.
Thank you, Thibaut. So for the analytics and the database. Two of our constraints, like I've said, Audrey, was one, the database, and two, the game analytics. Because we decided to not make one game, but 9 in one, we choose to blend both of them into just one. So the database contain login info, and our game analytics.
For this part, we decided to choose Firebase for two main reasons. Because it's easy to use and to implement, so they save us a lot of time. And because it's a well-known solution, so we found a plugin in the Godot Asset Store to help us simplify the API use. And it's not a main reason, but it's also free, so it's cool. For the account part, we decided to use the authentication system proposed by Firebase. As the game starts, we send an anonymous login request to Firebase, and Firebase will send us back a unique ID that we'll use to sync player data with the PC. The ID is saved and encrypted by Firebase on the PC to be reusable across session. Now for the database. So we decided to have two collections, one for the player's info and one for the minigame info. Our data is organized like this. So there is one document for each player ID and one subdocument, for each data we want to collect. So the game time on every minigames, the total win, etc. This is pretty much the same thing for the minigame collection. So one document for each minigame and one sub-collection for each data. And like I said before, we use the database to collect game analytics. So for example, in Tavern Tumult, we are registering damage, object from, and drinks if the object can be drunk. And for Crazy Rhythm, we're registering a miss, great, and perfect for every music. And the data have been and will be used to reach the gameplay we intended at the beginning. So, for example, in Crazy Rhythm, if we see that a music that is meant to be easy have too many misinputs, it will be modified to really fit the intended level. And now I will let the micro to Idris to conclude this presentation.
Thank you, Ewan. Now that the presentation is ending, I would like to say a few final words. Even though we managed to have a lot of elements we wanted in the game, there are still a lot of features that we had to cut and that were important for us. For example, we wanted to implement commentators that react during the game session with the action, or advertising, false advertising in the screen in the arena. But as we said, we are happy with the result we have. Because we have a good experience and we had a really cool development together. That's why I really would like to thank my mates for their seriousness and their talents during all the development, and also for their friendship. We must not forget to thank Jean-Charles, Balthazar grandfathers, who hosted us for a total of 3 weeks in his house in Normandy, so that we could do our boot camps. We would also like to thank the school for giving us the opportunity to live these unforgettable moments of life. And finally, we will thank you, our audience, for playing our game and for listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anyone have any questions?
First of all, thank you for the presentation and for the game. It was really nice to play. I just got one question because there is a part I didn't understand about the database, and it's just how you remember which player is associated to which ID.
Okay, so when we start the game, we, like I said, we send anonymous login request. Firebase sends us back a unique ID that we then save in the PC document, and we get back, we retrieve it, sorry, when the player restarts the game. So it has the advantage to not be visible for the player, but the disadvantage to not be not be reusable across PC. Like if we change PC, it's a new ID, and so we lose all our stats.
Thank you.
No problems.
Hello, so thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the gameplay. So, well, I tested the game with my colleagues and we were 4 players. I wanted to know if you thought about deploying your game for less or more players than 4. So that's my first question. And my second, to make more life length of the game, if you thought also to make, I don't know, random map or procedural map to make more different random games.
Yeah, so I can answer to that. Very early in development, we set the number of players to basically 4 because that's a really regular number. That's what people are used to, and mostly it was easier to conceive every game and every game design around that idea that there would be 4 players. Some of the games are adapted, like can be adapted to a lesser number of players. I think Kill Them All, so the game where you shoot robots, has a different spawn rate, for example, if there's less players who play, but mostly it was for simplicity's sake because we had a lot of work with those 9 minigames. And for the variation, we did consider it. It would have been more work too, but it would certainly have been a very easy way, I think, to implement more varied gameplay into a game. But we thought it had like pretty much enough content already for the state that we wanted it to be in when we released it to the jury. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
And I will just add that it is technically possible to play between 1 and 4, but it's not really intended, so it will be less fun for some minigames.
Yeah, you can play alone if you want, but I don't know why we would do that.
And for the second question, we had the idea to procedural generate the levels, but we don't have enough time to make it in place. But it's one of the things we want to make if we continue to develop.
Any other questions? Okay. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Eva Rauna from EGS University. First of all, congratulations for your presentation. To make things in another language is difficult, so congratulations for being able to explain yourself so well. Always remember to keep it simple and organize your information maybe a little bit better, to go full on gameplay or full on talking about the game and then talking about yourself on the organization and all that. It's always good to make like coherent sections for your presentation. And then about the game, I have to congratulate you again because it was an amazing concept. You challenge yourself to be able to face different objectives, different levels, different mechanics. But always remember that all of those games are inside one game. And I think that the cohesion of the mechanics between games, sometimes it changes too much. It changed too much, and for the players it was a little bit confusing. How did you manage to try to keep it more simple, or do you think that you can make more simple some games that, for example, We were talking about some of them you have to move the camera also, in others you don't have to. How did you manage that moment where you decided which mechanics do I have in this game and which I don't?
So that's a very interesting question. It was one of the big issues we faced, basically having to make all the games feel like they're not just games individually, but a part of a collection. We mostly solved it through artistic direction, sound design, all that. The different game designs didn't go into consideration as much. We did originally wanted to make much more complex games for a lot of them. So hopefully, like, we did tone it down a lot on those different ones. But I think the main point of our game compared to different collections of minigame is to have games that do feel more complete rather than just a quick game you're going to play for 30 seconds on Mario Party, for example. It is, you know, a question of preference. I think that's very valid criticism, but that's how I think we envisioned it as a lot of different Polish games, because I don't think we would have been as satisfied working individually on projects that would last like a very short time. But yeah, we could have definitely done more to synchronize the different inputs and different, you know, controls in the game. I think that's a given. But yeah, the main idea was to make really different games that would be harmonized through visuals and sound effects.
Thanks.
Okay. Hello, Javier from Voxel, Madrid also. Well, first of all, congrats, because you have done a nice work. I'm more on the gameplay, okay? From the technical point of view, you have done great in quite short time. We have played as a smart player and a dumb player, okay? Yes, you see me dying constantly. In that sense, I was the casual, he was the competitive. Sometimes not, sometimes I die by myself. Okay, yeah. Anyway, this is a party. I spend much more time out of the party. In the sense, you said you want to get in the same party casual players and competitive players. I don't have no choice. From my dampness, from my low ability, I didn't enjoy it in the sense that I was too much time out. Let me stay in with a cost. In the sense, for instance, one of the things is you have action-reaction. You have maybe a spinning bar, and then, as I told you, you just have another spin bar and no more. Maybe if you get into more emerging gaming, opportunity, strategy, you will keep more players playing at the same time and bullying each other. Because if you have the spin bars and you make disappear one section with rhythm, whatever, music, whatever you want, you can stay a strategy on there. And at the same time, I can bounce and get my partner fall out of the, okay? At the same time, we were talking about, and we work a lot with accessibility. And we talk about color blindness. We cannot, please, green, nice, red, bad. Because I have a small portion of color blindness. So, in that sense, maybe the information I was achieving is not the best one. As we told you previously, maybe some small icon in the head of the robot or whatever, maybe different faces, because one of the things, this is a party. I cannot express myself because I just can choose color. But I want to be angry, I want to be happy, I want to be dumb, I want to be whatever. There are different faces for the robots. That should be wonderful in that sense. I know it's not quite difficult to do. Emerging gaming, okay, action reaction. I have mines, I go over the mine, explodes. I fire, I get the damage on the enemy. But maybe I can connect mines with maybe color, symbols, whatever, and if I shoot one mine, I can make another explode. Strategy again, emerging gaming again. In that sense, is giving more chance to make the party more variated in that sense, different experiences. I don't know. For instance, we talk about the camera, and sometimes do I need really to take control of the camera, or maybe if you just keep the camera going in auto, I can focus more on the game and not in just what is going on because I don't see the other players. about the raining game, the car game, we talk, yes, you have to chase the one with the crown and you have to grab it. We talk about the red school because it's not absolutely clear what the red school means, and there is no enough explanation at first to let me know what it means. As we were talking in another game, it's not just keeping the crown in your head, but doing something more to score. In that sense, the first action is to keep the crown in your head. But maybe you can make different areas in which I can score if I have the crown in my head. So it makes in the same action, the same game, in the same party, different opportunities. And I can score in different times. For the casuals, penalty, but keeping myself with the ability of rear spoon or whatever. If I'm falling all the time out of the platform, maybe I have three options, three choice, three opportunities to fly a little and get back into the platform, because I don't want to be out of the party. Okay, so it was nice, but if you want to be casual and you want to get both players playing, let's make some more fair play for the casuals. Okay, anyway, it was great. It was nice. And for instance, when you have the lasers and change the flow, that was great because you have the bumps. At the same time, you have the lasers. At the same time, you have the flow. Wonderful. Okay. So, but other plays, other games like the spinny or whatever, is too much A equals B. Maybe mix in the same sense you have done with the laser ones to create more opportunities. Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, thank you so much. Well done.
So that was a lot of information. Basically, a lot of what you said has been considered when we were into development to fix that issue of the game being repetitive when you play them a lot, because of course they're mini games, you know. But the main thing that kind of didn't allow us to do that at the time that we had to do the game, it's basically 60 hours per person. That's not a lot. We had 9 mini games. So thank you for the feedback, though. It will definitely be integrated if we keep on working on the game. We do plan on doing that, I think. Also, for the eyes part, they do have different eyes. It's just really not visible clearly, I think. We do need to work on that. But we do have different eyes for different actions. We could have integrated more, and in the optional parts of our Kanban, we had emotes, a chat, those sort of things to make other players interact more. And we also had mechanics that only work when you're dead, right? You die in that game, you have a new mechanic. You can annoy people that are still alive and all that stuff. We settled on, of course, the fact that you can just watch the other players because of time. Basically, it would be kind of like developing 9 other mini games, maybe more, around like 6, but you get what I mean. So yeah, that was mostly time and the scope of that project, which took like a lot of our lives away. Thank you, though.
It's okay. Let's applaud them. Bravo. Congratulations. Group B. Bravo, c'était super. Ah, déconnecte-toi bien. Idriss, Yuna, vous pouvez les appeler pour ça. please welcome the Group B for the presentation of their game called Crazy Fighting Chicken. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi everyone. Thank you very much for your presence. Have you ever been or ever lived in a farm before? Do you really know what chickens are doing when we are not watching them? We led a little investigation with our team and we found out. We found out nothing, I think. So we found out chickens are fighting, and so we made a game about it. Pick up your favorite chicken and face off against your friends. Power up your poultry and take them down, either by melee fight or by throwing eggs. Give everything you've got to your last feather. This is our pitch, but before we go further in the game, let me introduce you to the team. First, Joseph will speak about game design and art. Then, Erwan will deep dive into the gameplay programmation part. Nilwe will explain us how we connect every chicken around the world in a single database. Then I will return to speak about animations. And Elisa will make us dance. Last but not least, Ocean will explain us how we went from a crazy idea to a real game. So, Joseph, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ludo. So, as we said, KFC is a fast-paced, top-down 3D party brawler for 2 to 4 players, where each player incarns a crazy chicken. The game is built on simplicity and speed. So there is just 4 inputs, easy to learn, with power-ups that let you play your way. The game follows a simple loop that keeps players engaged. You start by hosting a game or joining a friend's one. Next comes the action. Quick and chaotic rounds where your goal is simple. Get kills and be the last chicken standing. After each round, every player will pick an upgrade, so power up to improve their stats. And then you just jump right back in until one player reaches 12 points and wins. To support this fast and focused game loop, we built the entire experience around 4 pillars. Let's start with the most important, the simplicity. Everything is designed to be intuitive and accessible, so players can just jump in and have fun. Second, the game feel. We wanted every interaction to feel satisfying. That means strong and juicy feedbacks. Third, the rhythm. We wanted to make it very fast through quick rounds and a seamless flow from combat to upgrades. And last but not least, the craziness. Everything is exaggerated. The colors are bright and bold. We wanted players to feel like they're inside a real cartoon. Now, let's talk a bit about the art. So, to support the game's playful tone, we took strong inspirations from Boomerang Fu, not only for its colorful visuals, but also for its simple and intuitive game feel. Building on those visual inspirations, we created our own 3D models, simple and stylized, to match the cartoony and minimalistic tone of the game. But once we brought our 3D models in the engine, something felt off. The visual result wasn't enough cartoonish. That's when we focused on custom shading in Godot. We adjusted the rendering to bring out the colors, contrast, and the stylized look we were looking for. But it wasn't enough. We were still missing something. That's why we added a simple black outline around everything. It was a small change, but it made the model stand out and look more cartoon. So, to make the world feel more alive, we added simple animated elements like grass, swaying trees, wheat fields, or falling leaves. Small details that help bring movement and charm to the environment. And to enhance the feedbacks and the juice, we also created several visual effects to make every action feel more satisfying. Now, let's take a quick look at how we handled shading. To get that cartoon style, we used a technique called cell shading. Curious how it works? Let's break it down. First, we apply what's called a flat lighting. Then, we break the light into clear and flat bands. It's like replacing soft shadows with bold color blocks. And finally, we add some fake shines to give it more depth. We use specular highlight to show where the light hits directly, and the Fresnel effect to make the edges of the model glow slightly. And now I will give the floor to Ocean.
Thank you, Joseph. So we're now well on our way to develop the game. And all the aspects Joseph presented to us are raising a common point, is user experience. It's involving the player, and that player is you. So we made Google survey, and let's take an example of this approach with the UI of the player. So we were afraid that player might have trouble seeing the character clearly during the game. So we proposed 3 different solutions, with name, outline, and buff, and gather feedback to decide which works the best. Can you please raise your hand if you think the solution A is the best one? Okay, let's switch to the solution B. As everyone likes the solution B? Okay, so in the end, the solution C. Maybe someone want to... Okay, why not? Thank you. So for you, it seems to be the solution C. And in the survey, most of you already picked that solution C as the best one. And you know what? That's exactly the one we didn't choose. Why? Because they were placeholders. And we decided to wait it to have more to playtest and manage to find better. Now the white UI is colored. This example shows us how important it is to test the game, but also to keep it testing regularly with real players. Now I will let Erwan dive into the technical aspect of the game.
Thanks, Ocean. So now I will present you how we crack egg, so the technical part. First, we used, for our versioning, we use Codebase as a Git repository, and we work with many branches. We keep the main one only for our buildable version, and we did one branch for each of our feature. And at the end of each feature, we do a merge request and the code review at the same time. As we use Godot as an engine, we use the official Godot naming convention. As you can see here, it's mainly snake case. So now I will present you the class diagram, so the UML. Here is the logical part. It's in 2 blocks. The first one is the game manager, and the second one is the state machine. The state machine has a state for each of our game states, so the fight, the upgrade, the score, and some other. And the game manager contains a reference to a bunch of managers for the same game state. So the fight manager, upgrade manager, and some other. And we use the game manager to link them all. As you can see, in the game manager, there are also an array of players, which are our data. So our data are an array of players, which contains all the statistics and the upgrades the player choose. As we have a peer-to-peer connection, each player has a player controller to give the authority on his player. We try to keep at best to have a test-driven development. It means that for each of our key features, we wrote a test to be sure when we deved the feature to have the right behavior as we asked before. And now I'll give the floor to Niloé.
Thank you, Erwan. So I'm going to talk about the database and what's around it, an important part being cybersecurity. So let's say we have 4 different hosts, so 4 different games that want to send data to our server. So the server is running with a framework called CrowCPP that helps handle HTTP requests. So they want to send data. The server will then process the request to check for security. We're going to talk about that later. And then we use a library called libpqxx that handle SQL requests to talk with our database that is on PostgreSQL. So let's get a quick tour of the database. So we have, for example, the accounts here. We have the statistics here, the rounds, etc. For our analytics, we have here a screenshot of the Swagger. So the Swagger is a small website to help the developers program around the database, the API. So we can see, we say, for example, the number of eggs we launched here, the number of eggs that hit, that we got hit with, etc. Now for cybersecurity, so the first and simplest layer is just login. After the player logs in, we send it an API key that will be used for each of the next requests to be sure it's a player that sends the request and not a random person on the internet. So the second layer is rate limiting, the most important one. So let's say we have two players, they want to send a request to our server here. The first rate limiting layer is sliding windows. So how sliding window work, we check in a given amount of time if there was a given amount of request, and if it's more than that, we reject it. So we can see here, this player will get rejected because he's spamming a lot. The second layer of rate limiting is called token bucket algorithm. So this, we set a capacity of the bucket, and for each request, it will remove a token. If there are no tokens left, the request will also get rejected. So this is useful for bursts of data that want to reach our server. Now I'm gonna give the mic to Elisa.
Thank you, Niloy. So now that we have data, what do we do with it? Is it working? First, what were we aiming for? What data do we want to check? We wanted to see how the player liked to play the game and how they play the game. So those are our tracking objectives. We wanted to see their statistic, like their kills and record per players, their longest time live, how many times they shot eggs, if they used more melee attacks or distance attack, and some not as useful for gameplay, like their most used skin, to see how we can improve the game to make it more fun for them. To do that, we made a wonderful website to consult everything. Even the player can access and use it with its logins. To see its statistic and brag about it to its friend. We can access it too, as admins, to see the global statistic of the games. That way, we can see the number of games played, the upgrade picked, the egg thrown with nicely done graphs and leaderboards. Thanks to them, we will adjust a lot of aspects of the game. As an example here, we can see the number of times each upgrade has been picked by a player. If the upgrade is picked too often or not at all, it might be too powerful or not enough. So we will adjust each one to see if the player find a balance between all the upgrades to have the most fun in the game. And I did not say the fairest of fight. Thanks to this system, we managed to tweak several things, such as the speed of movement, the number of dashes available for the players, or balancing the upgrade, and many, many more that we did all during production. And let's get back to production with the animations.
Thank you very much, Elisa. So when poultry comes to life. So unfortunately, some chicken were hard during the process. I'm sorry, but life is life. We bought the asset online. We received a mesh and a skeleton already weighted, but we did all animation ourselves in Blender. First thing we did is to implement inverse schematic along the spline and along the feet. We wanted to do some bone constraint on the wings, but we didn't manage to have a proper solution, so we did all wings animation with forward kinematic. I do not recommend it, it was pure nightmare. We animate in Blender, as I said. The keyword for animation is eccentric. We wanted the animation to feel bouncy, fast, and exaggerated. After Blender, we put it in the engine. In the engine, we use animation trees in order to smooth animation in and smooth animation out. We also use blend tree to blend multiples animation. In game, it looks like this. The chicken seems frenetic and crazy, and so we consider the job done. We also used another common technique, bone filtering. For example, when the chicken is throwing eggs, we only animate the right wings, and the other part can still perform multiple animations. And now, Elisa, it's time to dance. You can applaud.
Yeah. that was a bit odd. And you know why? It's because we like music. So let's make just some music. Music-wise, I wanted to use exclusively acoustic instruments. Since the game revolves around the farmyard, it doesn't sound that technologic to me. However, I didn't have a lot of instruments at my disposal, so I headed towards MIDI soundboards. For those who don't know, a MIDI soundboard is like a virtual instrument that can do all kinds of wacky sounds, from the weirdest synthesizer to the simplest piano and guitar. I use them to get access to a lot of instruments, but mainly an harmonica, a ukulele, a bassoon, a banjo, and percussions. I used FL Studio and mainly its library Flex to compose and sound design the game. To quickly explain how it works, I draw the notes on the virtual keyboard here, or by connecting mine to the software. I press play and I've got a repeating pattern. We'll have to create a couple more to make whole music, like add a bass line, percussion for rhythm, and other melodies to get this. I don't know if it's up. Yeah. Here we have the whole theme of KFC, where we can see the different patterns interact with each other, being activated, deactivated, support each other to make music we can dance to. The only instrument that's not really an acoustic one is a rubber bass. That's for the cartoonish part of the game and to make it more bouncy, to make it more current with the aesthetic of the game. And now that we had a bit of fun, I'm sorry to announce that we are headed to project management.
Thank you, Elisa. The project management isn't that bad, but I know the music is gonna stay in our head. Well, so you may know, develop the game wasn't that easy. So we're going to take a look back at how the project management went and how we went from a crazy idea to an actual game. So imagine our team coming up with crazy idea. Everything was under the control of 3 favorite entities. Google Drive was a chill and organized Jack, in charge of configuration management, managing our document, assets, build. Jira was the control freak. He was responsible for assigning tasks and managing everyone's deadline. And finally, Discord, the most unpredictable of all, under a communication and meeting organization. The scope was well defined. It was small and flexible. The core mechanic was fun and simple. And we have to finish it early for the juicing. So everything we did everything as was planned, right? Well, we tried, and there were risks. Among all the risks we did not identify in the matrix, 3 main categories stood out. It was risk related to the game and user experience, it was technical risk, and risk involving the team itself. Each risk was handled. So, did they occur? Well, some was avoided and some were not. So what can we conclude? For the distribution of role, it was functional, but too few people were comfortable with Godot in dev. For the testing process, actually, unit tests enable us to anticipate error in the code, while functional integration tests allow us to discover more bugs. And finally, in the problem solving, it was actually very effective on critical bug, but it takes it very slower and slower at the end on the network and juicing part of the project. But in the end, playtesting the game was more enjoyable and useful for the development of the game. We had fun playing it with you, and thank you for the whole KFC team. And now we're ready to answer your question. Plus, some of you may have noticed that we have a poster made by Felix, which is someone who, from the Master 1, Promotion 21. So he made all the famous chickens you see, so thank you to him. You can applaud him too.
We can answer questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions in the audience?
So thank you for your presentation and for the game as well. My first question is about cybersecurity and how you manage the saving of the passwords in the database.
The password is hashed using MD5, and then there's a PostgreSQL function to handle the checking if the password is right for login.
So there is no salt on the password, just basic hashing?
I didn't hear, sorry.
There is no salt added to the hashing? Salt is something you add on top of the hashing to have something specific to your hashing.
I don't remember, I think not.
Okay, thank you.
The presentation was amazing. Congratulations on that. Like, really good presentation.
Thank you very much.
Good work. We already talked down there about the feedback. Maybe players need a little bit more detail about their lives, about things that are happening. And also, of course, players need to know what is happening. It's great to have different assets in the level. It's good to have different layouts on a level. It's important to have different experiences, but at the same time, it's important to see the other players. You already told me that's a thing of shaders, no problem. It's something that you can solve, no problem with that. But again, it's important. I'm more in this kind of crazy games. Well, in fact, I'm going to say crazy. I am really ashamed to admit that I didn't get the KFC reference, so damn. But apart from that, I have a question about the managing of information you get, because you saw the number of times people get each upgrade. But did you take into account the number of times those upgrades got chosen the last? Did you get that, the data? Because
we save each player which upgrade they choose and each upgrade that was available, so we can sort everything if we want.
So you can know which one were the last one?
Yes.
Because again, that's also part of it, because you have to choose. Like, if you could not choose, the graph you saw us was really important and all the information, but it's also important to know which ones were the last one, because like the best of the worst, like those kind of things. So again, it's really good that you take into account the way of how players think, because your gameplay is based on that. So congratulations on identifying those kind of ways of thought, and the iteration of the gameplay. Really fun, really works well. And please make more types of chicken. Like the ninja is good, but I want more chicken universe, please.
Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, so we enjoyed it a lot in that sense, and we like it so much in the simplicity, at the same time the craziness. As I told you, okay, it's a game on X throwing. Maybe I want some Easter eggs in the throwing X or hiding X or whatever. But in that sense, to have something else more in the. At the same time, yeah, you have done greatly with indicating and with the presentation also, as Jaime said. So congratulations.
Maybe just to give you a little feedback on what you said, and for the others, of course, we were well aware that we need to add a lot of UI and feedbacks and so on. So that's what we keep testing the game, of course. But at first, about the UI and the life, we weren't all agreeing on what to do. Neither was the player that tasted the game, actually, because some of them liked to don't know and be surprised, and others, even me, myself, would have liked to have the corner and like, you know, some picture with the chicken doing like, I'm hurt, or well, I'm really fine, and that could have been also a little crazy or something like that. And so that's it. So, and we have to, for the balance, because the upgrades are in the central point, until the end, we keep testing and changing some values, but we have to do a stop. And then, okay, maybe if we still continue, that we will change the game for those who are testing tomorrow. So we must not touching it and keep trying. So it can be at least, kind of controlled actually. So that's it.
Thank you for your presentation, very cool project. So you used Godot. My question is, did you use GDScript or C#, and why made you make this decision? And do you have any insight on using Godot script or C# with Godot?
At the very beginning of the project, in group we choose the method. So we done a vote. So between Unreal and Godot before, and we vote, 5 of us vote for Godot, and after we vote for Godot JavaScript or Godot C#, and it was Godot JavaScript, and so the project is only in JavaScript, but I think it will be easier if we use the C#, personally. Godot is very similar to Python, and it's not typed, and I really dislike it. It's half typed, but yes, we can speak about later if you want.
Thank you.
And I just want to add a layer. For me, it's the documentation. It seems like Godot is more well documented on GDScript. For me, I'm the GDScript team.
The other group before you mentioned the portability of the game to platforms like Apple and other kind of platform. Did you think about this too, or do you have any? I don't know if you proposed that in.
Yes, so yeah, we thought about it. We already made some Linux builds that were working, I think. So yeah, we can totally port it to Mac and Linux. It's not an issue with Godot.
Apple TV is a strange platform. It's a good opportunity too, I think.
Yeah, but we need a controller to play it on a TV. So
have to pay.
What?
I didn't understand the answer.
Oh, you talked about Apple TV, I think, yeah?
Yes.
The Apple TV OS, that's right?
Yes.
So we need controllers to play our game. So I don't know if on every I don't own any Apple TV, but I don't know if there is enough USB ports or there is compatibility with controllers. So
yes,
with gamepads.
You can use every controller like Xbox and PlayStation.
Okay.
And it's Bluetooth, so it's
okay. Interesting.
Good to try.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Congratulations. Stéphane, the last question.
I should ask the question to the main team. If you had to sell your game, how would you sell it? Because you have some mechanism which can lead to a free-to-play, or I don't know. Did you thought a little, if you had to make money with this game, how would you make money?
We did not really discuss about this, but I think most of us would prefer premium pricing, premium game. So just you just pay the game, and eventually some skins in DLC. So yeah, we did not think about it, thought about it.
if you talk from an economical point of view, you may say you can pay for the skins, you can pay for anything, but of course it's just a choice, and as students I think we just would like to give freely the game, or if you can, I don't compare to other game, maybe like €5, something really cheap, and just based on quest or objective you can give the player so that they just play the game, because obviously they will play with their friend and not really anyone else, or maybe their family. But the main point is to play, so they play, they get reward, and they play again, and that's it.
I was not pushing you to sell your game. I have just some interrogation because I'm building a course on economy of games, and that's why I'm interested about your thoughts.
Thank you.
Let's give them a big clap. It's time to take a little break. We'll see each in 15 minutes. d'accord, merci. Bon. The air conditioning is come back. Please welcome the third group for their presentation of their game called Mission Eteria. Good luck.
Hello everybody. We're so excited to present you our project, Mission Eteria, that we developed over the course of the year. So today we walk you through how we brought the project to life. We present you the tools and techniques we used and some of the challenges we faced along the way. We'll start with an overview of the game, then we talk about the team, the producing part, the visual, the programming, the audio. We then talk about the databases, a little postmortem, and then we'll conclude. Now I will pitch you the game. Determined to put an end to their life of slavery, the mechanoids have overthrown the ruling power on the planet Eteria. 5 mercenaries are tasked to restore order and the sovereignty of the Earth on its colony, whatever the cost. It's a cooperative action TPS game, playable on PC and main on Unreal Engine. So we will quickly go through the constraints of the game. It must be a fast-paced multiplayer game operating a real-time database. It has to have a secure account management, some implementation of user metrics. We had to do an animation of a humanoid character, and as well as developing a set of shaders and VFX. So at first we intended to do 3 playable levels with and add some cinematics and narration to add to the lore of the game, but we had to cut this part and only do 1 level. For the cinematics, we intended in making animation with motion capture, but we couldn't make it work as it required better equipment and expertise. So we had to let go this idea, though we already recorded the voice lines. We also thought about more adds to the game, such as accessibility options. So now I will present you the team. So we have Lisa, who is the producer of the game. Enki is the lead programmer. Diane, who is the artistic director. We have our database programmer, Baptiste. Noah, who is the gameplay programmer as well as the sound designer. And me, Gaëtan, I'm the gameplay programmer. But we also got help by 2 external people. Clément Blanchard, who is a sound designer, so sound engineer, and Olivier Bourri, who is a composer and musician. So now I will let Lisa for the rest.
So as the producer of this project, I want to explain you how we plan our development milestone. We officially start working in September using the school calendar to identify key period to progress. We define 4 main milestones: alpha, beta, advanced beta, and release candidate. These were set deliberately at the end of a full work week at school to give us enough time to make real progress. Did we meet this deadline? Not entirely. Our alpha was originally planned for December, but a major technical problem arose when the multiplayer system we relied on became obsolete. We had to find a new solution and adapt our implementation, which pushed the alpha milestone to the end of January. We also intended to release a beta and an advanced beta version, but as development went on, many features still needed additional work. So instead of a traditional beta freeze, we chose to keep developing features and testing them individually once finished. At the same time, we work on the game visual and audio elements, designing shaders and effects, creating characters models, recording voice line, and composing music. This allowed us to maintain progress on technical and artistical fronts at the same time. Starting at the end of May, we ran internal playtests to catch critical bugs, check stability, and confirm that the core gameplay of the game was working as expected before the final exam. To anticipate potential issues during development, we created a risk assessment table early in the project. Some of these risks actually occurred, and we have to manage them as we could. First, one of our team members left the project due to a lack of contribution. We first tried to address the situation by trying to find a way to accommodate his work, but despite his efforts, nothing changed. We ended up informing the coordinators, and they decided to make him leave the project. This meant that we had to work more and cut more features than expected. We also faced a lack of expertise with Unreal Engine and some of the other tools we used. Therefore, some tasks took longer than expected to complete, which caused delay in our schedules. Finally, to prevent performance problems, we applied optimization guidelines from the very beginning of the project. This helped us avoid major slowdown later on. We will now move on the artistic direction of our game with Diane.
Thank you, Lisa. Hello everyone, I'm Diane and I had the chance to work as the art director of our game project, Mission Aetheria. I would like to share a bit about how we approached the visual and artistic side of the game. We collaborated closely to shape and maintain the overall visual identity of the game from the early stages, defining artistic direction, including mood, character design, and the general style to make sure everything felt cohesive and supported the gameplay experience. We worked on a mix of shaders and concept art, creating the look and feel of environments and objects, but also more technical tasks, like designing custom shaders and visual effects that helped bring life to specific game mechanics. For example, the first shader that you can see here is stylized radial crack effect. It modulates emissive color and world position offset based on the, UV manipulation and intensity controls for a dynamic glowing crack effect. The second shader that you can see here generates animated horizontal bands that scroll over the object using world position and time. It has band parameters that controls width, sharpness, and speed, and blends emissive color and opacity for a general glowing stripe effect. Lastly, the shader that you can see here below is our sand shader. This shader is a sand texture into this shader converts a sand texture into a fake normal map and blends it with a detail normal. Additionally, it has screen space sparkles using view angle, sunlight direction, and pixel position for a glint effect. We also handled our own animation pipeline, which meant rigging and animating our humanoid characters ourselves. In the rigging process, we made sure that the skeleton and controls worked well in engine and had supported smooth and readable movements. On the 3D side, we were able to create several props using Blender, and we made sure that they matched the game style and worked smoothly within the engine. We also kept performance in mind, optimizing the models and the materials so that they could run efficiently. One of the key responsibilities that we had was creating and integrating visual effects. Things like various explosions, footsteps in the sand, and so on. These effects are all important for both gameplay clarity and visual immersion. We used Unreal Engine's Niagara's particle system and custom shaders, combining textures, timing, and animation curves to get the right feel. We constantly adjusted to each other's needs, whether it was to tweak visuals to fit level design or FX timing. Now I will let Enki talk about the programming side of the game.
Okay, so in my opinion, this project wasn't so much about making a technical outstanding achievement, but rather to experience the organization of a real-life studio. So let's switch industry to house building. The game designers are now the client, the lead programmer is now the foreman, and the rest of the team are the painter, the plumbers, the tilers, and the carpenters. In a perfect scenario, the client asks for a certain type of house. The foreman draws the plan and then conducts the work of the rest of the team to actually build the house. And that's great because the painters just have to refer themselves to the plan to know which wall to paint and in which color. So this is the equivalent of a good architecture that is self-explanatory. But on our project, we didn't have that great architecture. Why? Because we had 9 months to create and design at the same time. So it's the equivalent of having the clients still deciding over the final look of the house while the foreman is drawing the plan and while the painter is already buying the paint. So what do? Well, we buy white paint. We buy the most basic adaptable materials that will fit any shape of any house. So that's what we did on our project by focusing on very simple programming patterns such as inheritance, poolers, kiss, and so on and so on. But the issue with not having a fixed plan is that the painters can't refer themselves to the plans. And they don't have this overall and up-to-date vision of the house. Now the foreman has it, and he could go paint the wall himself, but that's not his job. He might not be very good at it, and he loses that overall vision. So what he should do instead is share his vision, set up convention, rules, and make sure and act as a garant of the overall shape of the house. And that's the whole point of a lead programmer. A lead programmer doesn't code much. He prepares the ground for the other programmers and makes sure that the work of several people is cohesive and fit with the demand. So we had some convention on the project, everything in English, some naming convention, some prefixes to be used to make the code readable, and the rest follows the guidelines of Unreal. We also had some rules. The first one is exposing parameters as much as possible, has a code that is self-explanatory, question any computation and where they are executed, and try to generalize as much as possible so that we have a code that is understandable and open for future changes. And of course, the most basic rule was it's okay to make a mistake. It's how we learn, by failing and understanding how. And that's the role of a version control tool. So we use Perforce, but the way it's set up at the Enjmin is that we only have one depot for all the projects at the Enjmin. So we can't really do streams or branches. So when we are asking for a review, it's kind of the equivalent of painting a wall and then asking after if it was the right color. So to prevent any permanent mistake, we must increase our testing processes. So when asking for a review, we take a look at the code, make sure it fits our convention, our rules, and we take a look at, does it break the game? So we test the feature, we test the related features, and we test the overall flow of the game to make sure it doesn't break anything. But enough about houses, painters and all. I'll let Noah talk to you about the music and sounds of the game.
Thank you very much, Enki. So when we need to add sound and music into the game, the first and most important things to do is to create a sound list. That doesn't just mean saying, I want a sound for my weapon, or I need a sound when enemy take damage. It means being precise, giving examples and context. For example, in our game, enemies are made of metal. So the sound of them taking damage need to have a metallic feel. So it matches the world we are building. We were lucky to have help from two great people, Clément, who created the sound effect, and Oliver, who composed the music. A big thank you to both of them. Our game also features voice line, which are very useful in our type of gameplay, cooperative and full of action. In our fast-paced situation, you don't always know what your teammates are doing, so voice line helps share useful information. For example, if one of your teammates is down or a new wave is coming. We recorded the voice ourselves, and to do that, we had to first prepare all the phrases that characters could say. That was not easy first. We had to figure out when a character should speak during gameplay. Then we practiced saying the line, trying to get into character, a bit like acting in theater. The difference is we had to do it in English, and not all of us were comfortable with that. But that made it even more fun, and we had some really funny and unforgettable moments during recording. Another thing we did was make sure we could choose who hears the voice line, depending on the situation. For example, when you select your character, they say a line, but only the player who selected the character will hear it. In other moments, the voice line will be shared to nearby teammate or all of them. It all depends on what makes sense in the game. As for the music, it changes dynamically depending on what's happening. If the players are winning, the music shifts to something more heroic. But if you are losing, it changes to something more dramatic. This kind of transition helps create a much more immersive experience. So in the end, both sounds and music is not here for style. They play a big part in giving players feedback, atmosphere, and a better sense of what's going on around them. Baptiste will not talk about the database.
Thank you. So, to manage player data in our project, we choose to use Firebase with two main services: Firebase Authentication for account management and Firestore, a document-oriented NoSQL database. The integration relies on the KWM plugin, which greatly simplifies communication between Unreal and Firebase. This allows us to perform a read and write operation directly from the game without a custom backend, saving us a significant production time. Each player is identified by their email address and has their own document in Firebase. This document contains all relevant persistent data as well as detailed statistics and gameplay habits. The architecture remains flexible. If we want to add new fields or track new behaviors later, we can do so without having to migrate an entire relational database. At the same time, everything is scalable. Firebase can handle the load even with a high number of connected users. Once the data is stored, we don't stop there. We actively use it to enhance the player experience. For example, we track total playtime, number of gameplays, wins and losses, and especially usage data for each character. This data is used in several ways. Internally, to fine-tune game design, we can identify underused or overpowered characters. For the players, we can generate a progression profile with visible data, dynamic achievement, or personalized recommendations. And eventually, this data could power a matchmaking or ranking system based on actual gameplay behavior. This makes it possible to combine technical data with user experience without needing an external tool. Now, we will briefly talk about our postmortem.
Beforehand, we will describe the plus of the project and then we will elaborate on what could have been done better. Since the beginning of the project, we had meeting every morning at school. We also had good communication with the team, which allowed us to be up to date of every task of each member. We also created a branch review channel on Discord, permitting us to ask a review of our task when it was done. Speaking of task, the use of Jira was really useful, as it is really straightforward. You can also see all the tasks that you have to do and move it from in progress to test, etc.
To be efficient on the game and level design, we use what we call a focus group. It's a moderated session where a small part of the group discusses about one feature, allowing us to have quick decision making and to have this feeling of ownership. Also, our architecture was not really great, as it was not. Oh, sorry. We have. We really need pre-production parts to discuss about our level design instead of thinking about it while developing it, as Enki told before. And yeah, our architecture, as I said, is not the best because it was not really user-friendly for the bug fix and all the tests. For example, if we wanted to try a feature on the survival level, the first level, we always had to go through the entire world selection, the level selection, and then we could test our feature, which is not great. And then we had also a lot of modification due to remote work, as well as the preparation from the master for some of us.
So that wraps up our presentation of Mission Aetheria. This project was an incredible learning experience for all of us, not just in terms of improving our technical and artistic skills, but also in learning how to work effectively as a team across different disciplines. Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoyed seeing a bit of what went into making our game. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Have you got any questions?
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have just a question about Perforce. I have a lot of return from my colleagues that is very difficult to use. So it was the case for you, or did you just handle it, handle the difficulty? Yeah.
Well, originally I'm a plastic guy, so Perforce is quite not the same. But the biggest issue was not being able to create streams due to how it's set up at the Enjmin. But the feature of locking a file in Perforce is actually great. But yeah, to be honest, I think that Perforce is a bit slow compared to plastic, because when you have to save a file, it has to lock it. So it takes several time, and sometimes it's not very good if you want to iterate pretty quickly. But I think it's mainly just a question of habits to get used to Perforce, to really master it. And yeah, see it in another type of project, but in another organization.
Okay, thank you.
Does the lead developer has set up something to ensure that coding rules and all process rules are respected?
Yes, branch reviews. No, it's a question of explaining to the team at the beginning of the project how we are actually going to code the project. We used Confluence to store those rules and those conventions so that they can take a look whenever they need it. But yeah, I mean, in the beginnings, of course, it's not really respected, and you have to enforce that by saying, okay, this is not following the convention and rules. But at one point, it becomes an habit, and yeah, the rest is doing pretty fine.
I did have another question about version control. You said you couldn't make branches, basically, and I had a question if you considered basically switching from Perforce during development, because I thought that could have been really simple to just go onto GitHub or something like that.
Yes, we did thought about switching version control tools, but I mean, we still wanted to experience Perforce, because obviously it's what's being used with Unreal, and we didn't know, any of us, how to use Perforce really. So yeah, it was kind of a challenge to try to use Perforce, even though it was not really doing what we wanted. And yeah, switching version control tool mid-development is not really something that I enjoy, but we did ask the question at one point, yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. And I got some questions about data analytics. If you can go back to the slide, please. Which one you think you would use in order to make fair matchmaking or ranking?
The number of victory and the time played player to assemble an squad with player that.
The number of victory can be used for that, but if I just play long enough to have many victories, and at some point I will have like I don't know 1,000 defeats, but 100 victories, and I will match with people that have 0 lose and the same amount of victories as me, the level will be different, but the numbers of total victory will be the same. So is it the right things to do?
No, in the future, I think the better things to do is to add more analytics data. And with that, we can create an powerful algorithm to have a good matchmaking and not a big difference between players in games.
And another question is, have you think of this heat map per levels?
For the matchmaking?
Not for the matchmakings, but more for evaluating the level design you made, because when you go for a TPS or FPS, you may face some cluster on some area of the map you made, and you will see with heat map that many people die at this place because there is a problem of level design, and it may be a very good information to get when you do the analytics. So that's what you have in game, but have you thought of other type of data?
Yeah, yes. So we did thought about adding a heat map, just like you said, for level design. It's really useful, especially for TPS or FPS. We did not have the time to actually do that. Plus, we only had one map. So yeah, we did the map quite quickly and then kind of kept iterating on all the features and kind of forgot about level design in itself once it was set. But yeah, I mean, definitely the heat map was something that we thought but did not implement. But yeah, obviously there are many other things that we can track, just like you said, for what we want to do with those analytics.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I have a two questions about project management. Well, first of all, I thank you for your honesty to explain difficulties you made about organization and the load, the time you had to put in place your project. But now the project is finished, and I have a question about your organization. Do you think that if you took this time to put in place the organization you wanted to put, you would have maybe less problem, or you would have achieved this project on time, or with better result or worse result? So that's my first question. Maybe you prefer to answer first?
Yes, I can answer to that. If we had time to do this, the planning that we planned, I think we normally have time to do some playtest, some external playtest, so we we can fine-tune the gameplay and add more features and more feedbacks for the players.
Okay. And second question is, if for you 9 months is too short to put in place this kind of organization, what would be the best duration for putting in place this organization?
I think the next 9 months is because we have only one day per week for work on that, and we also have other courses to work on it. So it's not really 9 months, it's maybe 2 or I think like that.
Well, yeah, okay. Thank you.
I tried to make a quick question because there were a lot of questions. You said, if I well understood, that you are not really happy with the architecture you designed. I'm right? Maybe, yeah. And if I'm right, what would you change? What would be another point of view on architectural design now that you know what happened and the whole story?
Yes. So in the beginning, I tried to put in place an architecture that was fine, that would do the job, and it was all right at the beginning. But then after, I kind of lost that overall vision, let's say, because I code too much. So if I would do it again, I would rather step back and let the team code themselves, and rather plan on actually thinking about the architecture of a feature and not implementing the feature. But yeah, rather make plans, share those plans, and that would be better, in my opinion.
Yeah, and also think more about all the bug fixing parts that I think we forgot about it because, like I said, when we wanted to try a feature, we always had to go through the entire game to test our feature, and maybe take a step back and think about it to how can we try our features without losing too much time, because yeah, going through the whole entire game, the road section, selection is not that long itself, but yeah, when you do it 10, 20 times in a row, it starts to take a long time. So yeah, it would have been preferable to think about that.
Should have made an architecture design for testing.
Any questions? Okay.
Okay, other question. I think I have seen in the playtest I did not Monday, I think, that you implemented and Epic Game account system and personal Firebase system. Did you think about merging both of them to just only have one, or there was a technical issue that you faced that make that impossible?
I think it's the Epic account. It's for the lobbies it's the multiplayer system. So, like I said on the presentation before, we didn't use this Epic. We used another plugin to do the multiplayer system. So we have to. It's a part of why we choose to do two things to connect.
Okay, and did you think that was possible to merge both of them, or not?
We didn't think about merge these two things, but yes, it's a good idea to have only one account and just sign in and play.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and also, sorry, for the merging part, I think as well that we wanted to implement the leaderboard system. So what was important for us is that someone can create quickly an account, or I think it was a bit too long to connect to Epic Games, to your Epic Games. If you don't have an Epic Games account, you have to create one. So with our leaderboard system, I think it was preferable to quickly just create an account and that's it.
Congrats, Group C. Let's applaud them. We'll listen Group D for the presentation of the game called Zodiac. Good luck.
So, hello everyone. We are going to present you our last year project called Zodiac. So, first of all, what is Zodiac? Zodiac is an online multiplayer boss rush game played from 1 to 4 players, structured in several phases. We dispose from a social hub, the lobby, where players can select their weapons and spells and meet up with other players before going team up for raids. We are targeting PC players from 13 to 35 years old, familiar with raid instance, in search of an immersive, intense and strategic PvE experience, where every battle is a collective challenge. Now, speaking briefly of the team member, there is Gamon Elias, the gameplay and network developer. There is Nathan, the gameplay and AI developer, myself, the sound designer, Bao, who did the game design and art part, and Guillaume, the backend developer. Now, speaking of the project management, so we adopt an agile production methodology based on iterative and incremental sprints. This allows the team to remain flexible, regularly adapt to new priorities, and quickly incorporate feedback through the development cycle. We organize weekly sprint planning meetings where tasks were distributed based on team member skills and availability. For the tool that we use, we did the game on Unreal Engine 5.4. We track and list the task via Notion, and documentation were shared via a Google Drive. And we use Discord for day-to-day team communication and coordination. Now, quickly for the technical tools, there is also Blender for 3D modeling, EOS and Firebase for the network part, and Git for the versioning with a classic branch system. Now, speaking of the risk analysis, it was performed at the beginning of the project to identify potential issues that could impact the production. So, for each identified risk, both preventive action and corrective measures were defined to mitigate their impact. So, you can see on the grid below all the major risks that was identified at the beginning of the project. So, for example, the major risk was a lack of artist and connection problem, and with the preventive and corrective action associated. You can see on the grid. So now, Nathan will talk about the game design part of our project.
Game design. For the player customization, the players have a panel of unique weapons, each offering their own set of spells. Spells are divided into 4 categories: skill shot, area of effect, targeted and dash, with 3 effect categories: buff, heal, and damages. This allows us to have a diversity of types and effect spells. For the boss is divided into 3 phases, revealing new mechanics as the battle progresses. These mechanics scale with the numbers of players that anyone can play. There are groups mechanics that require player coordination and also solo ones. Some of them are one-shot. We created spells that match our game design intention. Slow-paced with the cone and whirlwind. Team play and force coordination with the color matching. Comprehension and combo with nuke with spiders. And memorization and swiftness with memory. Now for the gameplay. For the boss AI, we used the AI has been created with the behavior tree. We used it because it is built in Unreal Engine, making it perfectly integrated in the engine's workflow. The boss's AI use our spell system, so we have a complete automatic network application. The spells are triggered within the animation with the animation notifier. What makes our boss immersive? Our boss has 2 main behaviors, spellcasting and auto-attack. These spells have a priority-based order of execution, a global common cooldown to avoid spell spamming, individual cooldowns, and a phase dependency to unlock new spells as the battle progress. Then for the auto attack, he needs to close the distance with his target before attacking. It will prioritize spells over auto attack. Unless he's in auto attack animation, he will cancel everything he's doing in order to process the first ready spell. Finally, as the fight goes on and the boss nearing his death, he will enrage, and his move speed will greatly increase. The players will have fewer opportunity to catch the breath. As I previously mentioned, we have an in-house effect system. Let's hear Elias about it.
Okay, so about our effect system, what did we have in mind? We wanted something modular, easy to use, and that allows us to balance precisely the game how we want. So let's take a small example to see how it works. Let's say we have an effect 1 of type defense bonus and give plus 15%, and a second effect of the same type and plus 20%. So here's a little graph to see how it works visually. Let's say we had 2 instances of effect 1 and 1 instance of effect 2 on our target. First thing we'll do is stack same effects together using a stacking behavior, which is defined in the effect itself. Here we chose a degressive stacking behavior, which will give 22.5%. Then we will stack the second effect. Since there is only one, we will get 20%. Then we will resolve everything using a resolver, which is specific to an effect type. Here we chose an additive resolver, which will give 42.5%. And to connect everything together, we'll speak about the networking part of our game. So the networking actions the user can do are log in, then connect to the lobby, group up, and start boss fights. Here we'll concentrate on the boss fight parts. So the group leader will ask the dedicated server to start an instance, which will respond with the instance ID and all the infos about the instance. Then it will send the instance ID to all the group members. The group leader will disconnect from the server, create its own session in the instance, and the group members will join the instance. So obviously this is not suitable for production. Why? Because we give all control to clients, which is really bad. But for us it was free and fast to implement. Next, we said that we use EOS for the connection. Usually we connect with Epic accounts to EOS, but we chose to use device ID instead, which is an anonymous login method based on the computer ID. Why? Because we want to respect the guidelines, which were to manage our own accounts, and it depends on our knowledge as well. But it is not the optimal solution, one more time. Why? Because we have to store sensitive data on our own, and players need to create another account on another game. Speaking about our game, we need visuals to make it look cool, so let's hear Bao about that.
Thanks. I'm going to introduce you to the visual part of our game. So mainly animation, shaders, and our visual effects. In our game, we have 3 characters, each with their own rig: the man character, the woman character, and the bull boss. The meshes and the animations were mostly imported directly from websites like Sketchfab, Fab, Pack3D Models, and Mixamo. Then, once imported in Blender, we adjusted everything to our liking before exporting it entirely in engine. Even if the core of our animations were imported, we had to modify them to match our goals. So we had the following 2 things to check. First is the clothing. The outfit includes the skirts, and our legs were passing through it in most of animations. So we had to rig the skirt and animate it to fix it manually with Blender. And secondly, we wanted to give our character a little bit of personality, like, with gender-based animations. So the woman will have some feminine aspects with more flexible and smooth movements, whereas the man will have more direct and straight movement. And we also try to animate the long hair of the woman. For the shaders, as our game is called Zodiac, and we are fighting boss representing the different zodiac signs, we try to focus our materials in a variety of stars and constellations. For our weapons, we wanted something like a star-shaded material, looking like constellations. So we iterate with some 3D mesh or sphere, but it wasn't looking satisfying for us, depending on the camera angle. So we opt to have a face for each stars that we are feeding with billboard shaders. So the stars of our weapon would always face the camera. You can see demonstrated below with the far right sword. We also developed a few visual effects and respective materials to fit our spells. So for most of our visual effects, we use a base material with a dynamic erosive parameter. Coupling this material with different EGS system modules such as scale color, scale size, and dynamic parameter modules allow us to have multiple effects that are eroding over time. So with this one base material and workflow, we managed to iterate and create multiple material instances and emitters with unique textures and parameters. Then, combining these emitters allows us to have a few satisfying visual effects for our game. To go with these visuals, we obviously need matching sounds to make our world more immersive. So I will now let Leo take the lead on sound design.
Okay, now speaking about the sound design part. So we used the audio built-in system of Unreal Engine, using majorly sound cues, blueprints, mixers, and anime notifiers, and we add our custom logic to it. So first of all, the music, it was handled by with an audio manager, essentially used in the boss phases transition, with smooth cross-fading between music layers to match gameplay's intensity. And for all the music, I just found it and adjust it in Audacity, or yeah, that's it. Now the sound effects. So there is 3 major cases for the SFX in our game. So the sound of a spell, the sound of a boss attack, and the sound of UI. So for the spell, it was implemented in the dedicated blueprint of the spell. The sound of a boss attack, it was implemented in the animation, so with an animation notifier that implies a blueprint later for the sound. And last of all, the sound of UI, so it just basically spawned 2D sound in the UI. Now, speaking about an anime filtering system that I did, so it's a system where each player can dynamically select which spell they want to hear, so their own spell, only, all the spell, none of them, or their own spell plus ally buff. So first of all, there is a video presenting when you select all spell activated. Then none of them, so you basically hear nothing. So the heal or the other attacks. Secondly, okay. So now it's a quick video also for presenting self-only, where you activated self-only spell. So you basically hear just your spells and not the ally spell. So okay. And last of all, it's the self-only plus allies buff. So basically, you hear your spells and allies spell, allies buff. So for example, heal or shielding. So you hear the heal spell here. And last of all, there is a cast fire spell that you didn't hear because it's not an ally buff. Okay, so that's all. Now, Guillaume finally will present you the database and analytics part.
Thanks, Leo. Now let's talk about analytics and database. In a boss rush game, we must know every meta build and exploit and over. So for that, in our database, we have a player database table with a username and the character that the player created. In a character, we have a name, a selected weapon, and 4 selected spells. We have got a timeline table that got a game ID and events. In an event, we got the data based on the event type and the timestamp and the event type. For the analytics, we needed a personalized tool to analyze each event of our game. So for that, we got a player GPS window to balance GPS of each spells. We have got heat maps, timeline, dev causes, utils, and other. First, we got a player damages window, which we can see all the player damage based on the class to balance the class which, if there is a class which do too many damage. And we have got the boss damage to know if we have to balance player life or if we have to balance player heal to make the game like not harder but better to play. And we have now the timeline window, which allow us to see the boss health over the time based on the game with buff events, boss life over time, and all the events in the game like death, revive, and everything. For the spell DPS, we got each spells with average DPS, so we can balance each of the spells because we can see some spells are not very efficient, so we can balance the cooldown and the damages. We have got a death heat map to know if there is to point out the dangerous zone and to understand the player behavior. We have got death sources to know if there is too hard mechanic on the boss and to balance it. For example, we got the death map of the day because we know that a lot of players just died today. So we can understand that player really have some problem with the boss. And finally, we got a leaderboard to know the timers and to understand if the player kill the boss too fast or too slow. And for example, today we only got one new entry on the leaderboard because only one person killed it. And for security, we just have all sensitive data that are encrypted, and we use HTTPS for all requests. To conclude, we can say that our game wasn't adapted for an experience of 10 minutes, but balanced for an experience of 1 to 4 hours for the first boss, and we should make it more accessible. So apologize us for that. And folks, thanks for your attention, and we'll be the line to answer your question.
Thank you to this presentation. Any questions in the audience?
Okay, first of all, thank you for your presentation. That was great. And secondly, you did put Firebase logo somewhere in the presentation. Is it a mistake, or did you really use it in like the database system or whatever?
Yeah, we really use the Firebase for the authentication for the player account, and we use the real-time database to change the builds and every store data. So yeah, we use it.
Okay, and my second question is, why did you not use the database of Epic Game online service? Because I think there is one.
It's because our account wasn't linked to Firebase, as said Elias. So we prefer to use Firebase to have a fully not Epic system.
Okay, thank you.
thank you for your presentation, and I got some questions. The first one is that you said you use the MAC address of the device.
I don't know how device ID works with iOS. I think it depends on the device it's used on, but it's just a login type of iOS. It generates an identifier based on the machine it's created on, and it's login with this, and it avoids using Epic accounts. But I don't know how it generates this identifier under the hood.
And do you think it is legal to collect personal data over each device?
I don't know, but we don't collect data. It's just we just let Epic Games generate their identifier, and that's it.
Okay. And I think that was my only question. Yeah, thank you.
Well, first of all, congratulations for the game you have been able to develop. I have not the time to play it, but I will hope to see if it's possible to play it later. But I have one question, because there is one functionality which, from the perspective of accessibility, it's a quite interesting one, and it's the high level of personalization that you make the sound system. The possibility of being able to personalize so much what you want to hear exactly. It made me really curious. Why did you go to such an effort, and what's do you think it's really useful, or and to what? I think it's useful, but I want to know your opinion about that.
Sorry, I didn't understand very well. So
Sorry.
what did
Sorry.
What wasn't useful?
The question is, why did you go to such an effort to develop something so specific?
Oh, because it was accurate to our game design, and it was really accurate, I think, regarding of the game design. And
do you think it's useful for what exactly?
Actually, we are used to play some instance game on the Reds, like this one we made, like in World of Warcraft, in Guild Wars 2 or Final Fantasy, and there is like there is usually like a cluttering of the sounds. Like if you hear with 10 players around you, everyone casting their spells, often there is some ones that are inhibited, so it's better to only hear your spells on some really important ones. So that's why we try to do it. Well, for today it wasn't really useful, but I think with more the players, it's better to have some kind of system to prevent that.
Sometimes quite interesting how many times our daily life and experience make us do something that nobody listened or thought before. So congratulations on that. Again, quite interesting from the accessibility perspective and the user experience.
On the same subject, if you play a game where you can play the game with or without the sound, or with a part of the sound, that means that the sound has no gameplay effect. Yeah, there are a lot of first-person shooter where you can take out the sound and playing without any headphone. But this means that a part of the dramaturgy, the sound has is not useful for the gameplay. But because if it's useful, you are cutting your possibility of playing in cutting the sound. Maybe we didn't understood well the deep reason why you are able to hear only yourself, some of the player, or all the player.
But it's more like a choice we let the player choose. So if he wants to play without sound, it's his choice, but we let him have the choice. It would be his choice to have no sound. So but by default, we let all the sound on.
Thank you.
Okay, let's applaud them. Congrats. Please welcome the last group for their game called Reflets oubliés. Good luck.
So So welcome everybody. I hope you are all fine. It was a long journey, but it's not the end yet. So we will talk about our game, Refrains oubliés, made by RPDPC. So who is RPDPC? Yeah. As usual. So it's us, but with more people to help us during this year, notably Antoine and Suivan that are up there, and the three of us, Ryan, Teddy, and myself, Raphael. So what kind of game we made? It was an adventure action game with story based on mystery and fantasy. So obviously the main player base was the target player base was fantasy and narrative game fans that were kind of advanced, not really for casual, like you kind of test this morning. Our main inspiration was took from 3 games, Tunic, Enchant of Sonar, and the Zelda 2D series. Zelda and Tunic was mostly for the gameplay, the adventure side, and Tunic and Chant of Sonar for the narrative and their own written language that we kind of took inspiration of, that you will see later. So how did you play the game? Mostly with controllers. The game supports keyboard and mouse, but it's easier and more precise with controllers. The camera was an isometric top-down camera that was not free cam, to help us direct the vision of the player and help us guide the player throughout the story. And you play a memoryless swordman that wake up and try to find what's happened to him. For the gameplay loop, it was quite simple. The 2 core aspects of the loop was the dialogue and the combat. You mainly jump between the 2 of them. The dialogue help you in combat with some buff or debuff that you gain with the choice you made. And it also the dialogue that determine what kind of ending you get. So it's the core aspect of the game, support with the combat. For the narrative design, we intend to make a lot of dialogue, roughly 500. It was quite too much. We calculate that number with the number of characters that we had, the number of ending that we had, the number of dialogue that we want per ending, and per act. The act were the 6 parts of the game, as you will see later. And most of those dialogue was written in our own language that you can see up there. That was handwritten and designed to appear the more realistic possible. For the narrative timeline, like I said, the game was divided in 6 acts. At the end of each act, there was an event that determined what kind of ending you will get. So the main ending was the neutral, because it was a mix of the 2 other. So it's more common to end up in this category. But the good and the bad ending are more developed, and you need to be more dedicated to get them. For the concept art, we try to make as much concept art as we can for the player, for the maps, and for our own written language. Throughout the production, we try to make as much as we can in terms of improvement on Joe's concept art, to get precise look at the end. And for the graphics that we end up getting, we made some custom shaders. One cell shading that was for the toon-like atmosphere, another one to help the toon effect, and a see-through shader to allow the player to identify more easily where he is going in crowded area. We also made some basic camera effect, like camera shake, bloom, and other things like that. And one that was linked to the story, but few people get it, because it's an effect that removes certain color and sature other. We use them in the bad ending to increase the madness look of the game when you descend in madness in the bad ending. So for the audio, we tried to dump all of our dialogue. It was quite hard, and we end up not dump all of it, but it was a good experience. The music was made by ASR, so custom made for every music in the game. The environment and SFX was kind of a missing part in the game. We try to put as much as we can, but in the beginning of the year, we lost one person in the team that was in charge of the implementation of Wise in the project and the sound design. So we kind of cut that at some point and try to remake all of it. So I will let Teddy talk about the risk analytics now.
To achieve our scope and to make our scope achievable, we gather together the factors that could pose a problem at the end of the project if it wasn't completed. As you can see, the manpower was the main problem we can have and encounter. The problem we can have with this is a game without personalities. So with this, we could make project fine because our preventive action and corrective action have been enough to anticipate all of this. So you can. We had to have a well-thought-out organization to work efficiently. We choose to use Notion to manage our team and archive our documentation. Here you have an overview of our Kanban, and at which weekly meeting, we take the tasks that have been completed and advance. Then in the board, we advance them, and we talk about it a lot in there. Here you have all the reunion we made, 37 of them, which have a tracking period and what was said and done during them. We choose to use Discord, is the one we are most familiar with. You also have the milestone of our in-person in Angoulême and the 2-3 weeks period of remote class. This served as milestone of the state we wanted for a project, and is quite useful. For being more in detail on this, here you have an example of one of our 3-week reunion. You have a precise schedule of our task we need to make for this. Is quite useful for being more efficiently and great. Also, as I said before, here you have our documentation and tutorial. It mainly serves to teach other project members how to use tools or code developed in the case they need to work with something someone else did and really needed. And for finish with our tools of organization, we have used Miro for dialogue, and especially for the way we take the player and develop it. Also, you have a map you use for put pages on it. We have used it to make a really dynamic and reactive of your choice world, especially. And is that all for the using? During the whole project, despite our organization, we have unfortunately encountered some problems. One of our first problems, our desire to have NPC varied and with complex design. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. So to save time, we keep the character we wanted, and we have to use the model and the rig we have already made for the player. And we have give them some clauses differently, and we have tried to make them the more recognizable possible. And I think it's pretty good. You can go to the next one. Also, other problem, the dialogue. As said before, we have wanted to make 1,504 dialogue. It's quite a lot, and we have need to cut most of them, especially the not useful one. In fact, we have so 86 dialogue in hand. Most of them, most of the one who have been cut, is the one who used to the ambience of the village, especially. So it's not quite bad if he's then not there. And last, to finish with the problem we have encountered, we encountered problem during the creation of our map. We have lack of knowledge or made one, and lack of knowledge about the tool useful to make one. So if you have made some first to have really bad, and in the end it's really long to make a map. So sadly we don't have the time to make a map more agreeable to navigate it, but it's quite satisfying. For the rest, I will give the microphone to Florian for the coding rules.
Thank you. So our group had quite strict coding rules and standards because we were only the three of them to work on this project mainly. We really needed those rules because there could be a lot of time where any of us needed to work with the code of another. So to simplify those rules, mainly were the uses of naming conventions, only one singleton in the project which contain many variables and other managers accessible everywhere in the code, and the uses of commentaries for the not too specific code and functions. For the versioning, we used Git, so GitHub with one branch per functionalities, and an epic branch for the merge. Sorry, to keep the main branch as clean as possible. And we also used the merge requests, which allowed for the other member of the groups to comment a merge request and see if there are any problems before merging to the epic, to keep it as clean as possible for bugs. We also used tests, so like unit tests and integration tests. One of our rules were we needed to run all the tests before allowing a merge request, which and write a report about it, about all the tests that failed, which so that the person who created the merge request could work to fix those problems before merging to the epic. For the online, we mainly used Firebase because our project don't really had really have a simple data to send online, like player position, player test, and the messages.
Firebase was enough. So we used the real-time database of Firebase, which was a really simple solution with a simple API to use. And we used Excel for the localization of the game, so the game could be playable in many languages. The game automatically retrieved the Excel at the start of the game, so that we didn't need to build the game entirely just to fix a typo or to hide dialogues, for example. For the analytics, we also used Firebase, and we had some of them to show next. Some examples. In this slide, you see on your left a pie chart about the paths that were chosen by the players. It really helped us to work so that the good and the bad ending were as close as possible on this chart, for example. And on your right, there is other pie charts about the choice of the players for each memory, so for each gem that you could see, that you see this morning. Next is a line chart about how many deaths per bosses per players, which really helped us to work on the balance on the difficulty of each bosses. Like if a boss is too strong or too weak. Like for example, the last boss was really too strong, so we worked on it so it could be so it is more easy. Next. So this one is a spreadsheet. It is a fake spreadsheet that we made ourselves. In the case, to simulate if the game were published on platform. So it contains the age of the players, the hours of play, and the rating, which could be useful. For example, if for the future we want to continue working on the game and to choose what is the best way to monetize it, like setting the right price, or if it's by selling DLCs, sequels, or prequels, because it's a narrative game, and to see what method is the more appealing to the player base we have. And we would like to finish with a quick postmortem. First, we are really happy with what we had with only 3 members working all the time on the project, all the time actively on the game. Yeah. Even if it's really not perfect, like there are many things we spend too much time working on, like for example the map, like said Teddy, or the AI, and maybe we could have spent less time on that and work more on the polish of the game, and maybe also have a more precise planning of what to do throughout the year, so that we could have cut out not important parts of the game to work on some of the important ones that were maybe late. And also, a lot of you gave us advices this morning, so we would really like to thank you for that. Also, thank you. Also, thanks the Cnam and Pascal and Audrey for all they did for us, and our promotion, so the P3, because they are admirable person, formidable person. I don't know if you can say that. And thank you for listening to us. That was all. If you have questions.
Thank you. Any questions in the audience? Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. You said that creating a map was very difficult. I want to preface that I have no experience whatsoever creating maps. What did you find particularly challenging in creating the maps?
First, we couldn't agree on level design. We are not a level designer, so we iterate many times. And the concept of the map changed a lot throughout the production. So it was one of the aspects that make it quite hard, and we rework it too much, really too much. And at the end, it was not perfect, but yeah.
I just want to add something. For me, the map, we have a bit of struggle with our camera. We have made a map at the first one was without thinking about the top view camera. So sometimes you just don't see yourself. So we have thinking really and make concept art for this time. I have no problem with the camera, but it takes time.
I have a remark and a question. A remark is, I think you would not be allowed to keep the data with the name of the player like that. You can have the player of the data for the login, but if you are making analytics, statistics, you have to anonymize all the... And I have another comment, which I give you, maybe I could tell for all the problems. The analytics, when you use analytics, and you know that how many player has died on the third boss, or how many player has stopped to play, the thing that you need to put in the analytics is to answer why. Is it because the boss was too strong? Is it because they missed something in your map and they didn't took the good way regarded to the difficulty progression? So probably it's just an advice. When you build the analytics, try to first to ask which question I want to answer by my analytics and how I will answer it when I will have the data.
Yeah, so for the analytics, we don't get the name. We just put it because it was prettier on the screen instead of putting a string of IDs. It's quite not pretty. We took the ID on the Firebase authentication, so all the data is stored like that. And for how we interpret the data, for the memory that you see for the first analytics, it's quite the only birth or nerf that the player could get throughout the game. So we can cross the result of what kind of memory he took at some point and how we enter the next boss to see if he get a more difficult the task and die, or if he get a easier task and die. And if it's a case, the boss is too strong. But if he took a debuff and died, it's more like it that the boss is too strong.
Okay, thank you.
Congrats. Just one question about you create a known language, and the time developing a language is quite a huge time. So in that sense, it's wonderful from the narratives, it's wonderful from the immersion and many other things, but in the balance, the time and the cost for you as a team and the players' experience, how about it?
So I wanted from a long time to create my own language, so I did my research a long time ago, so I don't start from scratch. We started with simple rules that was just took every letter in the alphabet and create an alternative for our language with simple shape like circles and simple line. And after that, I just tried in one night to enwrite every of them that I create, and at the end, I kind of see that I could take a Chinese approach at the problems to create keys to write the entire language. So there are 14 keys to create the 26 later. It's easier to make at the end, yeah, it didn't take a long time to implement, but manage it in the story was quite a stretch and a bit too much. Yeah, I think it's one of the area we can massively improve. But yeah, none of us are narrative designers, so yeah, we are not good at this.
Okay, anyway, well done in the sense you got your satisfaction, and at the same time you do something else for the narrative. So well done.
Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation, and I would like to go back where you say you want only one singleton in your architecture, and I want to ask you if you think having a game manager that contains many scripts that you want to access easily in other scripts, isn't this just having multiple singleton but with one extra step that is the game manager, that is a god class?
Yeah. It was an old habit that I had and kind of imposed on the team. And I could say that it's not a great idea at the end, because everyone modified the same script to add their manager. So not a great idea at the end, but yeah, we stick to it until the end. So it worked fine, but not ideal for a big production.
And what would you do if you had as many time as you want to refactor this code?
I don't know.
Fine,
honestly.
thanks.
I don't know. I need to do more research on that. For now, it just works.
Okay, first of all, thanks for the presentation. I like the Shrek image. That was a great model. And my question was, you did a really precise, like common table, really a precise calendar, really precise documentary. Is it was useful for a 3-man group? Or did it take time for nothing? Because I know at my enterprise we are only 2, and we barely use a Kanban table. So,
first, the Kanban really was useful to do a list of the tasks we needed to make. But like I said, I think it wasn't enough, because I talked about how a more precise planning would have been better, and for the meetings, it was useful because in them we put summaries of those meetings, like what everyone did, and the deadlines were more like to tell us to go to work because it's near.
And for the documentation part?
For?
Documentation.
Oh yeah. For the documentation, yes, it was really useful because, like for example, I worked on the state machine for the AIs of the monster, and I wrote a tutorial, yeah. I searched my word. I wrote a tutorial on that, and when needed, Teddy could redid that tutorial to create the monsters of the game.
And just for the 3-man part, that you are, if you are 3-man groups or more, I think every planning is good. Tutorials are also good, even if you are only 3. You can try to communicate as much as you can, but you are not available at any time. When someone works until 3 AM or more, you can't just wake up the other. So the tutorials are really useful to let everyone work when they can. And the meetings and the planning, like he said, are just guidelines that we try to achieve. But sometimes we have some delays, and it's not that bad, but we try to make it for it. It's just to add an historic of what we made.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I heard that you don't really respected some constraint. Can you talk more about it?
No.
That's it for me.
It's okay for the questions. Okay, we can applaud them. Thank you. Bon, thank you for your attention. Je switch en français, je serai plus à l'aise pour terminer cette journée de soutenance. Merci aux 3 promos d'étudiants d'avoir fait ce gros travail. Vous avez su allier les cours, l'apprentissage, le travail sur le jeu. Vous avez fourni des jeux de qualité. On espère que ça aura plu à tous les testeurs. N'hésitez pas à rester sur vos stands jusqu'à ce que vous partiez d'Angoulême pour faire tester au plus grand nombre. C'est toujours bien qu'ils puissent voir le travail que vous faites. Oui, Idriss. Oui, effectivement. Alors, vous restez si vous avez rendu tous les travaux à faire. On négociera demain. Là, je n'ai pas l'énergie aujourd'hui. Promis, demain, on négocie. Merci à l'équipe enseignante et au jury d'avoir été présents aujourd'hui, d'avoir testé les jeux, d'avoir suivi nos étudiants toute cette année. Voilà, on est ravis de vous accueillir tous les ans pour les EGS. Et puis, merci à toute l'équipe de l'Enjmin aussi pour l'organisation de cette semaine. Merci Axel et Stéphane d'être là, d'être toujours là aussi pour nous, Coordo. Voilà, on espère que ça vous a plu et on vous retrouve l'année prochaine avec grand plaisir pour découvrir les prochaines promos. Voilà, bonne fin de journée à tous.